she said. She's dog watching again.
Okay.
Jesse's not here.
Steve's on his way.
Steve's on his way.
I'm here.
Diane's there.
Diane's on Zoom. Hello, Diane.
Hi.
Hi, Diane.
And, oh, God.
Hi, Val.
Okay.
Time to hit the
Yes.
road running.
Yep, we'll do it. Okay, I just need to make some notes.
Yeah. Stefan.
Oh,
And there's
Abby.
Yabba Dabba Doo.
Abby's always late. I sat down first.
Hey, how are you?
From you? Okay. Thanks. John, Merry Christmas.
Oh, I do. I'm just.
Merry Christmas.
It's the street list.
Hey, Terry.
Are we live?
I think we are live, right? And just give me one, okay. I'm ready. Okay. We all set? We're live? Yes. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the HDC. This is the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. It's about 3 minutes after 5. Present at the meeting at the moment, and I think for the rest of the evening until 8, when Abby will leave, are Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, John McLaughlin, Abby Camp, Carrie Thornwell, Stephen Welch, and myself, Ray Pohl. First, for those of you in the audience, if you want to use your own device for recording any portion of today's meeting, let us know in advance. And any conversations that are not related to what's going on at the table should be taken out into the hall so that Terry can pick up the minutes. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Don't move.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John, thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Hi.
Thank you, and I'm in favor too. The motion carries. Okay, next up, public comment, and I believe that we have some public comment from Holly.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I have some good news. As you all remember, you and the Historical Commission became a certified local government with the town through the National Park Services Program. And through the Historical Commission, they applied for a grant, and we received that grant. And as of yesterday, I was able to post our RFQ, request for quotes. And this is going to create a survey plan to test surveys, as well as create a pilot program. And I'm looking forward to starting this as soon as we receive these quotes and get that process going. So I want to let you all, as well as the public, know that this is snowballing into good things for the HDC, as well as pretty soon, as soon as I receive the contract from the state, I will be before the select board to receive their blessing and signature for that. So good news.
Wow. We're not allowed to.
Great.
That's fabulous.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, you do. Yeah. Okay, we have another public comment.
I'd just like to give a shout out to our viewers on Low Beach Road and across the island.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but.
Somebody out there that's really loving us.
They break out the beach chairs.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment before we move on? That's good. Yeah. Okay. So let's see, the next order of business is our very lengthy consent agenda, one item, offense. Can I have a motion on that one?
Motion to approve.
All right, thanks, Diane. The one consent agenda. So on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
John, thank you, Abby.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain.
Yeah.
Okay, on the fence. All right, and Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, motion carries. That's 4 in favor, 1 abstention for the record.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, 2 quips already tonight. from me. One was, wait, it was on the fence. in
You
reverse
misquoted
order.
me.
Yes, you said Abby was on the fence. And you said our first consent item was an offense. A fence. but
Oh.
offense.
That's good.
I came to the HCC tonight to have fun.
All right. We're off to a good start. All right, signs.
All right, Mr. Chair, the first 3 were held for revisions.
All right, so everybody get that? Items 1, 2, 3.
Motion to hold 1 through 3.
On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
great, John, to hold the first 3 signs. Yeah, you in favor? Okay, Abby,
Aye.
all right. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, so that's those 3. Thank you. Next up,
And number 4 was a motion to approve.
okay,
Motion to approve number 4 on the sign.
very good. Thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, John, to approve number 4. Yin? You good? Yes, all right. Abby
Aye.
and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That was 4. How about 5?
Number 5 was withdrawn by the applicant, so no
So
action.
no action on,
taken.
no action on 5, Joe, strike it. How about 6?
Call for representation.
Oh, okay,
That's it, Mr. Chair.
just strike 5. And 6, can I have a motion?
Um,
Hold for rep.
yeah, motion to hold for representation.
All right, thanks, Val. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
John. Okay, Abby,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, that one carries. So was that signed? Let's see.
That's it.
Okay, so we're up to new business. First up, BPC. Oh, you know what? Joe's not here. But Joe wants to hold these 2 items. I think I can speak on his behalf.
Motion to hold items 1 and 2.
Actually, the weird thing about it is
We didn't.
item 1 is actually not an item. It's the headings. It's 2 and 3, the way they're labeled. Do we
Oh,
have the same
right.
agenda as
Oh,
me?
yes,
Oh, I have-
yes.
All right, so it would be to hold items 2 and 3 for rep.
I see that.
Is that your
Yes.
motion? Okay, so we're holding these 2 for representation. Okay, that's the motion. So on the motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
John on the motion? Very good. And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Let's see. Oh, here we go. All right, Andrew. Thanks. Well, here, sure.
I'll have one.
We do have a full board, so these guys are not.
Oh, it's new.
Yes.
Well, just in the event they have to step up on
Either way.
a fill in.
But yeah, so you guys look at it just in case you need to be pulled in later at some later date. Okay, Andrew, hit it.
Holly, you want me to go first or are you going to read? Okay.
Yeah, you go first.
I assume you all maybe open the site to the site plan first makes the most sense. So this is a new home and accessory structures on Burnell Street in Sconset, just past Blackfish Lane on the right. I think I tried to design this home is a fairly modest, simple structure. It is the trim is natural to weather. The window sash is black. I've put in a series of context images as this part of Sconset has a fairly eclectic neighborhood. Some of it is pretty built up with new, larger homes, and other portions of it have some more modest homes, but it's clearly a neighborhood, I would say, that is in transition of growth and larger structures. So based on the site, the master plan to the site, there is 2 forward-facing accessory structures. One of them is a shed a fairly typical shed, and one of them is a 1.5-story garage studio structure.
Okay.
Again, I just want to reiterate that all the trim is natural. We've created sort of this entry forecourt that will ultimately, when I come back with a landscape plan with Mirka, will be fully planted, and you will see very little of those structures from the street. Additionally, they'll be planting around the entire property. The home is a gable forward home. Yeah, I think the next page is a good one that shows a gable forward home, not all that dissimilar from other homes that I've recently had approved, both in Canterbury and several homes that I did around the corner in Blackfish over the past several years. Covered porch coming across, and then 2 stepped additive massing elements that work towards the rear of the property, and a side 1-story mass coming off that generally conceals a lot of the activity happening in the rear yard. We do have on both side elevations of the house, 2nd floor decks that are not embedded in a roof mass. They are floating off the buildings, but again, they are all natural trim. And then in the rear of the property, there is a cabana structure that is essentially I would call it sort of an enclosed pergola element with a pool. The HSAB had a few comments on the house about sort of the gable forward element, the structures in the front. I'll sort of give you the bad news first, and the 2nd floor decks coming off of the structure. But I think all of these elements are fairly typical of an eclectic mix of homes in the area. And I think with it all being natural trim, I don't think any of it is really that dissimilar from many of the homes that have been approved recently in the area. So I'll leave it there and then wait for comment and address it. The whole rear of the site is not visible from anywhere, though. The whole rear of the site, it doesn't have any visibility from any public way. The only elevation that you can really see is the front Burnell facing side, off of Burnell. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Andy. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sconset Advisory did take a look at this, and I'll thank Andrew. They reviewed this twice, once on July 12th and the second time on July 26th. They noted on their original review, they found that the plans were unsympathetic to the character of the neighborhood. They didn't like the siting of the 2 structures flanking the driveway from Burnell before reaching the main dwelling. They thought it created an urban approach to a house in a rural setting. Their comments on the architecture on the west elevation, the freestanding 2nd floor deck visible on the front facade facing Burnell. The 2nd floor windows are not matching same scale as rest of the facade. Awkward blank field of shingling in the gable. The recommendation would be to incorporate the 2nd floor deck into the building mass and screen or move to the rear of the house. Increase the 2nd floor window size and reduce the number from 4 to 3 and add a gable window. On the north elevation, the freestanding 2nd floor deck is visible on the front facade facing Burnell. Secondary mass might be a better as a reverse gable. Question. A basement fenestration, where's the railing ends at grade. And on the south elevation, freestanding 2nd floor deck detached on 3 sides. Awkward chimney location, horizontal boards for shower enclosure. Those are their comments. My only comment would be to the over 2 to 6/6 to give it a less of a modern feeling. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Can I
Holly.
make a suggestion that Holly use her microphone, please?
You had a difficult time hearing Holly?
Yeah,
My apologies, I will speak
Okay, there you
closer.
go. Thanks, Diane.
thanks, Holly. Thank you.
Okay, do you guys need some more time to review or?
I
Oh.
can go.
Holly? There were some letters, I think, submitted.
There was one email
One email.
that I got.
Mr. Chair, I have it here.
Oh, okay.
Did you want me to read it?
It's just the one?
It's just the one.
Okay, from a neighbor.
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm going to read it. I am writing to express concern about the applications for a new main house garage, studio, cabana, and shed at 63 Burnell Street in Sconset. The site plan and building designs are wholly Inappropriate for this location, 63 Burnell Street is a rural setting on an unpaved northern end of Burnell. The other houses on the unpaved end of Burnell are all set well back from the road and mostly screened by dense vegetation. The designs for 63 Burnell include 3 structures formatting a U around a large parking court right next to the road, including a hulking 2-story garage/studio. In the site plan, 3 parking areas, side of shed, side of garage, studio, and parking court take up almost the entire width of the property. This site plan and design would be more appropriate in a commercial district, not on a rural dirt road on the outskirts of Sconset. I would encourage the HTC to request a revised site plan, which includes a substantial screening with natural vegetation to block the view from the road of the parking and structures, and avoid having a 2-story structure and parking areas so close to the road. Thank you for your consideration, John Cooley, and he lives at 79 Burnell Street. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, anybody care to begin on this one?
I can begin if you want,
Be just great, Diane. Go ahead.
because I agree with what John Cooley had to say for the most part. The windows on the north elevation are 90% mold, which doesn't give it any particular sort of rural feeling at all. I thought it was against our sort of principles to have garages and sheds in the front on the street. I thought we had spent some time avoiding that and moving them off with the house in first. I think the front door should be some more surrounded than what it is. I don't think that the sashes should be black. I can't read, it's too small what the height of the building is.
29 feet, Diane.
Okay, that's 1 foot under the 30 feet. And that's really high for the outskirts of Sconset, particularly in Burnell's there. And the buildings are right up front as Mr. As he said, whatever his name is. It shouldn't be that way. They're all set back. There's natural vegetation, which doesn't seem to be any in the thing. And for a supposedly small house, the parking area is very large. I think the building has to come down and get some more 1-story, really 1-story, and that deck over the front door got to be, I believe, should be approached in a different way. So it was not so obvious. And if you look at the drawings that we're looking at now, I think the bad points stick out very well. It is one of our concerns is to have the houses sort of follow along with the area and fit in. And this is too programmed, I believe, to be there. It's a good house and all that, but not in this particular site. Thank you. That's for it for now.
All right, thanks, Diane. Who's next? Anybody?
I got as far as the parking court.
Oh,
But,
okay. You want me to come back to you?
No, I can start with that. I just think the parking court off Burnell, which is really wooded and rural down there. I think it's a little insensitive to that area, and to have it come in and then a parking court like on, almost lot line to lot line, and then into it's mostly driveway. So I'm fine with the garage on the left. I think it's diminutive to the main massing, but I think the building on the right is overpowering, and I think the windows alongside Burnell should be 2/2s instead of, the single one. Yeah.
They are 2/2. Please don't read too much into the parking, because this is not a site plan. This is more of a master plan.
Do you have the west side of that second building?
Well,
Are we just?
right
doing-
now, we're just doing the main house.
Yeah.
You'll see that other building next.
Right, oh, okay.
So if I'm not mistaken, all of the windows in the main house are 2/2s, right?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm kind of okay with that. I think 6/6s with this modern style wouldn't work. But I do think that balcony on the far left, if you could pull that in, might look a little more traditional. It's like really severe coming off that edge. Oh my God.
Oh, okay. Val?
I agree with a lot of what was said at the Sconset Advisory. I share the concern about the smaller buildings being the gateway to this house. One is a shed, which could go in the back. And perhaps the garage could be attached or something, so it didn't overwhelm the front of the house. The deck that you see on the west that is of everyone's concern could simply be cut into a roof line and would serve as more sconset-y. But I think by and large, yes, it looks kind of like the houses that are out there, but one thing that been occurring a lot lately, and it's not just out here, it's all over the place, is this attempt to, or wanting to make everything so much larger than it needs to be. A 9'9" floor height, 7'6" doors. You might not think, looking at it with the scale of the building makes a difference, but I think when you look at the buildings around it, they're very average. What used to be 8-foot ceiling heights and normal sized doors. And I think that that is what sort of sets it apart. So if everything could just sort of be scaled down to a more typical scale. The massing itself is fine. I think you could wrap some porches around it and it would look like one of the houses across the street that I can't identify. It just says west. And I agree with Abby about the black. Let's get off the black.
Black sash?
The black train.
I
Let's do
I
something
think that was
else.
a Diane.
Okay,
Diane had mentioned that as a concern.
yeah.
Okay.
And I think that the chimney is tucked into a corner, so I'm not so sure that that's as much of a concern for me, but that's my comments.
Okay, thanks, Val. Sean, your turn. No comment at this time? All right. What's that?
It's on the outside of the old historic area in Wisconsin. Not in the old historic area, it's outside.
Yeah, we know that.
Okay. Okay, Andrew, so my issues, agree on the black with natural. Wish we could switch that up a little bit. The deck on the left-hand side of the front, agree with what Sconset Advisory said about that. Just to, I want to point something out, just clarification. So Val said that your first floor is 9 feet 9 high. It's actually, that's a floor to floor.
Yeah.
So you're actually, your ceiling height is going to be like 8 foot
8'10".
9.
Yeah, 8'9", 8'10".
8
Yep.
foot 9, something about it, which is more than 8 feet. Which is not huge. However, it's sort of an interesting balance because I know that you like this idea of simplicity in a form. And so if you're forced to get this building down lower, like by say 2 feet of ridge height or whatever, now all of a sudden the dormers are going to start popping up and its simplicity disappears, which I would
Yep.
hate to have happen. Having said that, I'm wondering if you could somehow just get a little bit of height out of it. And I think the perceived height could be
I can go to an 8
mitigated
pitch maybe too.
by this idea of an addition of a gable end window, because right now we're looking at this huge pediment of just pure shingle. And I think that's going to be like this looming presence up high. It could be changed out. The windows on the second floor, I think maybe Wisconsin advisory said something about enlarging them. I think that's a good idea. Enlarging the windows, didn't they say?
I think that was from the previous submission that I made a change of this because it's been like 6 weeks. So
Oh,
I
they were
think
smaller than
they were
this?
smaller before, yeah.
I think
Oh.
those look just right.
Okay, all right, but
they said though 3 instead of 4.
they did. Anyway, I like the idea of a gable end window there. I think that it would be a scale reference so that this wouldn't feel so high. And then while we're on it, I guess we are talking about this idea of a parking court. I agree with a lot of what was said, which is the court is down on that end of Burnell is a very formal kind of approach to a house. Things are really very much informal down at that end. So the idea of maybe taking the garage and moving it and making that whole entry piece less formal in some way, and to Abby's point, less paved, that would be a good thing.
Yep.
So those are my comments for now. So should we get some revisions on this guy? That'd be a good idea.
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Okay, thanks, Val. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
you, Abby,
Aye.
John, very good, and Val on your motion.
Aye.
And on- Okay, now we're gonna look at what your guest house.
Studio. I would just say for this structure, again, very similar to several forward-facing garages that I've had approved in Sconset recently. The garage door does not face towards Burnell. It faces towards the parking area, not parking court. And it's a fairly compact structure. It does have a little bit of vertical height to it, just based on the fact that it's sort of an undersized one-bay garage with a studio on the second floor. The stair and the deck are sort of will be hidden behind plantings and the structure themselves. And again, all natural trim. And if we change the windows to a gray or something like that, I don't think the building, I don't think it's commercial. I don't think it's towering. I think it really does recede against the main mass when you look at it in the renderings, which is sort of the most accurate perspective we can get from arrival off the street. So I don't have anything else to add at this moment.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Holly.
They didn't like the outdoor shower or the pergola on the front gable end.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I was not present at that meeting, so,
Okay.
yeah, they did not like as you just mentioned, the pergola or the outdoor shower. And I think the vertical boards as well,
The horizontal
the
boards.
horizontal boards, yes,
Okay. Is that it?
that's it.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go.
Thank you.
Again, it has to do more with the placement. You have a nice picture of an example of a small one-car garage that is just like a little accessory structure that happens to sit at the driveway in front of a house, but I don't even know if that's the front of a house. I don't even know where
It is,
but
it is Val, yes.
Anyway, this is very vertical, like you said, because of the width and everything. And I just, from your own perspective, I think it's the first thing you see and it just diminishes, it does what it shouldn't do, and that's take away from the house. So maybe some measure to mitigate the height, like some porches or roofs. But I think fundamentally, maybe it should shift on the site.
Okay,
Yeah,
so placement on site
Yeah.
and vertical.
because that might not be such a problem if it's right on the
Right
street.
there. Okay. Thank you, Val. Abby, you ready?
Um,
You say, oh, God.
Yeah, and you help.
I'll come back to you.
It's just that, yeah, I guess I'm saying the same, I want to try to say the same thing Val did, that the entrance, you've got the opening driveway, and then you've got the shed, whatever it is on the left, and then you've got this on the right, and then you're going to read this as building, 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 building. And although I like independently each one, I think they have merit. I think the combination of everything is just overwhelming for that sort of very rural part of Burnell Street. And I guess what I was referring to is these B windows that are going to be on the street. I think they're a little bit like, I think they would be friendlier if they were 2/2s. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
The staircase itself seems extra large, but then that is going away from the building and down the inside of your property, right?
Yes,
Right,
correct.
so we won't
You won't see
really
that.
see that. So I guess it's the overall view of these three buildings together that is, I can't quite wrap
Well,
my head around.
I think you're getting.
I think I need to move the shed to the back.
You're getting the point on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
I think I
I
got
think
the
the
point.
message.
I think I
is
got the
coming
point.
through. Okay. Anything else, Abby?
No.
All right, thanks. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think that the building is too tall for its width. And that I like big windows, but I don't know, there's a lot of space between the first floor garage part and all the way up to the top. I don't know what the percentage is, but I believe it should come down. I know it's at, it says 22 something, but it does not give that impression. And I think the windows on the side, which I can just see a little bit if I can get some more, should not be those. Should not be those, whatever they are, those B
Oh.
windows.
Two light windows that Abby talked about.
Yeah, no, she was absolutely right. Those are not handy. You can have windows that come down closer to the stairs, but everything is so small and up high there. The next one on the west elevation does the same thing, little windows in that. I think that little windows up there, make them bigger and bring them down closer to the first floor, which will not make it look so high. I don't know, it looks like somebody surprised the garage and it's saying, oh, I would like to see it pulled together more. If it is a garage, then we should look at it that way. And on that east elevation of the garage, it says we won't see the deck of the stairs. And that's going to be the north elevation? The side you would see just the deck of of those stairs is at the north,
Correct. The only elevation you'll really see from the street is the west.
is the west, yeah. But you will see that deck up on the west, right?
There'll probably be enough plant screening that you won't see it ultimately.
There it is, right there. So I would say make the windows on the second floor, those B windows, regular windows, and make them larger. So it gives some strength to tend to bring the building down. That's
Okay.
what I would suggest. Okay,
Okay. Thanks, Diane. John, you're up.
I think the think it takes away from itself. I think
Hey,
the
John,
second floor window.
sorry, let's try and get the mic closer. Thanks.
The two light windows, I know the two over two on the first floor. And the second floor, there's room to put double hung or singles. Detracts from the structure. That's something like that.
Okay. Good. So I'm gonna, my one real concern about this, I'm gonna compliment your side of the main house. The main gable, the entry gable had a great proportion.
Mhm.
You know, the width.
Yep.
The percentage of the roof to the
Mhm.
percentage of the sidewall, that, I'm not seeing it here. It is vertical,
Okay.
and that's like the one thing that I would love to see changed in some way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, how about some revisions on this guy?
So move.
Up, Diane's made a motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Hold for revisions. Okay, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Let's see, what else?
The little shed.
Oh, yeah, the cabana.
So the cabana is essentially a pergola, natural to weather, with a small WC in it and an outdoor shower open to the sky. So I don't think there will be any visibility to this. It's set way back deep into the site, and again, it will be all natural to weather.
It's a pergola with a back wall.
It's a pergola with a wall in it, a shiplap wall in it.
Actually, a back wall and a side wall, maybe?
Sort of it's a box within it, tucked inside of the pergola. Yes. The board has actually approved something like this in the past,
And-
just due to lack of
Maybe
visibility.
I'm saying too much about this, but it's probably not gonna be visible, but an enclosed box, Andy?
An enclosed box is the bathroom, correct?
Oh, I see.
The
Yeah,
outdoor shower is open to the sky.
Okay. Yep. All right. That's it?
That's it.
Sconset advisory, Mr. Chair did not like the flat roofed, basically cabana, and that it resembles a shopping container, which is not appropriate for Sconset. That was her comment. A shipping container, excuse me.
The cynical me says that this looks like that temporary building over by the river.
Here we go.
The world.
Well, let's stay focused.
No, but
The
that was the
temporary
cynical me, which isn't gonna come
building
out of this
that
meeting,
has served the
so
town
I
well.
strike that.
Temporary.
Anyway,
There's no visibility of the structure whatsoever.
yeah, which I tend to believe.
And this is
Um,
permanent.
This is permanent, yes. Okay. Want to start, Abby?
Yeah, it's so far back in the lot, and I don't think there's probably going to be vegetation behind it, so I don't really care. So I'm
Okay.
okay with it.
All right, thanks.
I agree with Sconset, and I think the fact that it's exacerbated to 38 feet by this snout. Yeah,
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Diane?
I will go along too with the Sconset advisory. I'm not sure actually what you will be able to see and what you won't be able to see maybe better when we get a the plan of what the vegetation is going to be and where it's going to hide buildings, because this is quite a viewable house because it's right on the corner. And I'd like to just see it. It's going to be a showpiece as it goes around. And I think what Andrew does is very good. I just think it needs a little reducing here.
Okay. Is that it, Diane?
Yep,
Right. Just by the way, it is not a corner lot.
isn't it? I thought it was just in one.
Deep interior lot.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it is a deep, but I thought it was right near the corner of, it doesn't matter. I think it just needs to come down a little more than it is. That's all.
Okay. John,
Doors. Standard wooden doors.
They are natural to weather shiplap doors out of cedar, John.
Yeah, okay. Looks hard with just like a flat roof, visually. But, I'll hold my comment. Thank you.
I'm not concerned about this because it's in the back. Very, very limited visibility. What would we like to do with this one, folks?
To approve.
Thank you, John.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. John has made a motion to approve. Let's see where that goes. On that motion, Val?
No.
Okay. Abby?
Aye.
That's an aye. How about you, Diane?
No,
No.
Ben,
Oh, God, it's down to you.
Sit down. What?
Ben,
Yeah, I'm in favor of this, so I think the motion would carry, right? Sort of
That would carry 3.
Yeah.
Well, I should just ask, John, you're in favor of your motion, right?
I made a motion. to
Yeah,
approve it.
no, I know. And so you're in favor of your motion, right, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 6.
Yeah, so I'm going to be in favor of this because due to limited visibility. So
Kathy,
the
we
motion-
can hold, oh,
What? No, your motion carried. You
yeah,
didn't get
I
it.
I was gonna say, we probably don't need to look at the shed because I'm gonna relocate it and it's a typical shed, so it will get approved wherever we put it.
Wait, so you're suggesting to hold the shed?
Hold the shed. There's nothing to look at. It's a shed.
Okay.
I don't think it's the shed that's.
No,
No,
but
I'm gonna move it
he's gonna-
around,
he's
though.
gonna recite
I'm gonna
it based
recite
on the
it.
Comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like everything.
All right, you get points for that one, friend.
to
Okay,
earn
thanks,
points.
Andrew.
I'm still here. I have the next one.
All right, so he's gonna hold the shed. Okay, he's gonna hold that one. Do we need to take a vote on that one? Yeah. Okay, let's just make it official.
Motion to hold the shed to track.
To track. Okay, so on Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
aye,
Okay, and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that's motion carries. Thank you, Andrew. Oh,
He's
you're
still here.
next.
I'm next.
Yeah, okay. All right, so now we're on to old business, 6 Village Way. Established boards here, so we just need to read and see who's on this. Myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val. In other words, the regular board.
So last time I was here, which I know seems like forever ago, I think it was probably 2 months for this to get heard. The board was actually fairly close to approving what I had submitted. And there was some discussion over the length of the ridge and the north elevation was where our primary conversation took place. Everyone appreciated the scale and size of the new structure in relation to the context, so we didn't change that. But what we did do is we took about 9 feet out of the length of the ridge and created a one-story shed mass coming off the north elevation and embedded the second floor deck into that, and reduced the triple glass door down to a double, which is what the board had asked for, with then windows on either side. So you can see here on the site plan how much further back the proposed structure is from the existing structure that you all agreed to allow to be demolished. So we've pulled it quite a ways back south on the site and have shifted the house off of both property lines a little bit as well, centered it more into the interior portion of the site. But I think these changes, I think it's a pretty interesting looking structure for the area, still very simple, but certainly by reducing the ridge length by about 9 feet, it does feel much smaller within the context. So I'm hoping that additionally, we've added a larger covered porch along the east facade, stretching all the way across. The owner wanted more shade, outdoor shade area. And those are really the changes.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Diane, you want to begin?
Yeah, I appreciate the footage you took off, and I think that it looks simple enough, as you say, to fit into Village Way. I think that the porch is fine, that on the front elevation. If I could go down to the there. And what is the height in that elevation? And right there,
The height of what, Diane?
what's the height of the building right there?
The building is 24 feet, 10 inches, which is
Yeah.
comparable to some of the adjacent structures there, under 25
Yeah,
feet.
no, that's very good. I haven't got a major problem with it. I think reducing it down by that many feet have made it fit in better to Village Way. And I think it will fit in well. Thank you.
Diane. Val, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go.
I appreciate the changes, Andrew. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Short and to the point. I love it. Okay, Abby.
I'm
Abigail.
short and to the point too. I love it.
Okay, how about you, John? You love it as much as Abby loves it? Almost.
Motion for approval.
You okay with it, John? That, I think we can approve.
I'll
this
make a
one.
motion for approval.
Let's give it a try. So Abby's made a motion for approval. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
all right, John.
Aye.
Okay. Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion carries. There you go.
Thank you all very much.
All right.
I know.
Okay, 22 Pocomo is Matt. Oh, there you are. Go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think all in all, most of the comments at the last meeting were about the front elevation, sheet A 2.1, north elevation in particular. A lot of the conversation revolved around the roof walk, which we have just omitted completely. The other comment was we previously had two French doors that were split independently, and we're able to just merge them. So we did minor fenestration changes on the second floor, which I think are more successful.
It's on
And
the
then
north elevation.
the north elevation, correct. Yeah, those two ganged French doors were actually separated by about 18 inches, which was two separate rooms. We just merged it. And then the front door we changed to just a straight 4-panel per request. So I think those were literally all the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Who wants to start this one?
I can start.
Okay, Abby.
I appreciate the changes, Matt. It looks great. Thank you.
Okay. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I am with Abby.
Hey,
I
Diane.
appreciate.
Diane, hang on one second. What happened? What?
Because it says Camp is acting and you had recused.
Actually, you may have been working. the
Oh,
lot
shoot,
behind
I'm
it.
so sorry. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Wow. Okay, good.
Well,
All right, so Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to you. Gosh,
so you're not on it?
I'm not on it. So here's your board, yourself, Diane, John, Val, and Stephen.
What do
Yeah.
you think, Diane?
I think we'll be fine. I appreciate the changes that are made. I think the separation of the windows on the second floor are fine. And I think it's, looking at the first proposals to this one, I think it is a less fenestrated piece, and I think it will fit in well. And I appreciate the fact that the roof walk is gone, because I don't think it was, I think it's gone, and I appreciate that. So otherwise, I think at the moment, unless I find something, I would be able to say aye.
Thanks, Diane.
I also appreciate getting rid of the roof walk and the changes you made. Is there any way that the farthest most left mass on the north be dropped any farther? It's just like one little iota of a bump and it
Madam
still
Chair,
reads as,
I could answer that, but yeah, we could drop it like another 6 or 9 inches, just so there's a
and
break.
yeah, I just think it would be better, more appropriate as an additive mass.
Don?
Yep.
Hello.
Abby?
Oh, sorry, John. Did you hear me? I want to know what you think.
I have a question on the, as we said, east elevation as well as another one. The meeting rails, they seem to be off. Is this cottage common? The carnivore.
It is cottage corners, John.
Yep, that's correct.
It's a lineup.
Mm.
Meeting rails, no farther out. I found that there's something change on that.
Yeah, I do see that one on the left of center, but that one can't line up unless it's changed.
Yeah. If I could, Madam Chair, yeah, that one on the north elevation, because the adjacent roof line comes down, it would be challenging, but the other ones that John mentioned, I think that we could, just by increasing the height of the window. That would be on the south elevation. So we could align those so that the meeting rails are lined up.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
Did you get Stephen's opinion on this?
Steve, are you on this? I'm so sorry. I didn't.
No, it was kind of a mix-up at the beginning.
Yes, I appreciate the changes, Matt. I think I would suggest, not to be contrarian, but changing those window heights to change the meeting rail, I think is actually going to be counterproductive and actually draw attention to those dormers. So I don't have a problem with that. In particular being that the two dormers as opposed on the south elevation, as opposed to the single dormer on the north elevation. The south is at the rear of the structure. I do have some concerns about the fact that this is still a house mostly on a hill. It is well designed, I believe, with the additive mass. On the street, but the vegetation along there will kind of buffer the height on the hill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Steve. You want to make a motion about it?
Another question. Hey, Matt, looking at the site section, what is holding this house up in front?
We're showing a retaining wall, which is shown in the site plan, which will come in under a separate application. If you notice, actually, in that site section, we actually are going to have to probably cut into the hill a little bit. You can kind of see that the 8-inch exposed foundation gets clipped on the backside, but it is a slope site. And so we took the average height and basically just proposed, I think that retaining wall is definitely going to be less than 3 feet, somewhere in the range of 30 inches. So I figure with like perimeter plantings in front of it, there's an existing slope, and that was our suggestion.
Motion to approve as submitted, subject to the grade plan not changing in the hardscape.
And dropping that left side of the elevation, the left elevation down a foot.
Dropping the left, I missed
And
that.
That was my
Well,
suggestion, the
That's
left
secondary additive
mass.
Dropping it
Oh, the
down.
left the secondary mass on the left.
Yeah,
And how were we going to accomplish that? Was it a ridge change or was it actually dropping the fascia?
I was
don't
going to drop
know.
the plate.
Matt, that you're going to run into a problem with those dormer windows then.
It might compound the meeting rail.
Yeah, multiply it by whatever you drop that by.
Happy to keep it the way it is too. I just want to be accommodating.
I would prefer to see maybe the, is it,
I mean, I prefer to keep the pitch
Are you
it
consistent.
11,
just
12
reads
there
as
now?
one long
What's
route.
that?
you're 11, 12 there now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I could drop it. I was planning to drop it 6 inches, but I don't know if that's cool.
What do you think? Before I find out.
Better than not.
I would appreciate a drop in it.
I
Um,
would too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so my motion would include
Little louder.
that would be on, as shown on the north elevation, the secondary mass ridge height would drop
6
approximately 6 inches,
inches, yeah.
6 or more inches.
Planning to do 6. so.
Yeah, I mean, if you decide you're gonna do 7.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
That's my motion. Madam
Great.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Val,
I,
John,
Aye.
Steve, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Luke, you gonna do this one?
yeah, wait. Cole Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver Welch.
On this application?
So what are we doing now?
14 Harbor
Diane,
View.
what are you saying?
No, I didn't know whether I didn't hear something or we were just waiting for,
What? Diane?
nothing. I just wondered whether I had missed something. That's all.
You mean just now? No, we're just getting started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all ready?
Who's going first?
Me.
Okay.
I gave you a condensed, voluminous information that we had submitted into the file months ago, maybe 6 months ago now. The first set is just a lot of information on the other structures that are on Harborview Way. Every one of them's had stuff done to them, on top of the fact that 2 of them were allowed by this board to be removed entirely, which is including 12 Harborview Way right next to us, which was an older structure than ours because the 14 Harborview was the last one ever constructed over there by several years. And 12 was allowed to be removed. There's a picture of it in there, and rebuilt completely as a different structure. There was also a comment at the last one that nobody had double dormers. There are double dormers on the street, including the one directly next to us, facing us, but we took the other window out. But, and then someone made a comment that there weren't any roof walks down there, and there are at least 2 other roof walks besides the one that we're proposing. The second grouping that I gave you was a snapshot. As some of you know, I've done an absolute intense study of every roof walk in Brant Point. This is just a snapshot of roof walks sitting on dormers, roof walks with double window dormers. One has 3 windows in 2 dormers underneath the roof walks. It's just a very odd collection on Brant Point of multiple window dormers, all kinds of weird flush dormers, and roof walks, a large percentage of them sitting on top of dormers. So what we've done for this one, and Luke can go into it in more detail, is that we've responded to what you all have said. We reduced the 2 windows in each of the front dormers, so they're more proportionate to the double windows below it. And we've reduced the deck, and we reduced the size of the roof walk, so it is now clear of the dormers, changed the front steps, and Luke can talk about pitches. That's in his bailiwick. But I gave you a snapshot of all the other oddities that are part of what makes Brant Point kind of funky, but cool. And you've done a bunch of structures down there like that. So I think it's in keeping with what's been done to all the other structures, particularly to Harborview, which was picked up, added to, and has 3 decks, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. That's very clear when you look at the pictures. And then the roof walk sitting on the dormers, the double dormers next to us, et cetera, over there. But every structure over there has had something done to it over time, just because they've done it and they've changed hands. This was probably one of the last ones that's changed hands most recently. And there's a young family in it, and they just want more space. So I'll hand it over to Luke,
Okay.
unless
thanks.
you have any questions about the
Okay,
handouts.
very good. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you, Linda. Well, I think we moved to address a lot of the concerns that you guys had. If we're starting on the south elevation, the left-hand addition, we were able to accommodate our interior program to reduce that addition by 2 feet. It shrunk by 2 feet from the property line. We also, in that upper door, in that additions dormer, reduced the fenestration and reduce the size of that deck to minimize that, attempt to minimize that structure more. We also changed the pitch of the roof below it to match the roof on the main house. The dormers, they say existing windows, but those are actually new windows and new dormers. They're slightly bigger than the originals. But for your request, we did reduce the size of the widow's walk and looked at taking away the skirt to reduce the volume. There was a suggestion, well, so that's that elevation. As far as the skirt goes around the other sides of the building, I think there was some thought that, I mean, we could accommodate a ladder with just a chute, with a box chute, but I think there was a comment somewhere that perhaps on the rear and a portion of the sides, maybe it would be fine to leave it. I'd leave that to your judgment. Otherwise, on this elevation, it's just a pitch change. It's just pitch changes from past meetings. There was nothing of consequence from the last meeting on this elevation. Other than noting in general, we're lifting this building by 12 inches, just as a reminder. You can see, again, on the right-hand side of the addition, reducing the impact, moving it in from the right. And we changed the window types, I think, on the third floor dormer. Whoops. Actually, that was from 2 meetings ago too. So that was already an improvement from the first time we came. This is our third presentation, I guess. I think that's it. One more elevation. Yeah, the right-hand second floor deck was reduced. And the pitch change on that front roof to match. That was it. All the other clouds just to go back to the original application.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair. I do not have HSAB additional comments for this, but I do
Okay.
have comments
Okay.
as your preservation planner.
Yep.
This is, for the record, a 1930s contributing structure. We have received lots of photographs and history, thanks to Linda, on the structure. I just want to remind the commission about our resilient Nantucket building with Nantucket in mind addendum that you all approved. This is a historic structure, and I would recommend having a historic determination submitted if they're going to retain their historic integrity of this structure. The lift seems to comply with the requirements of the resilient Nantucket. However, the addition and the roof block are still large, with only minor revisions provided. These alterations are inappropriate for the circa 1930s contributing structure and would be taller than others without a height comparison for the roof block. I will know, I know that the structure next door does have a roof block, but it seems to be taller. Photos are great, but elevations providing that detail would be beneficial to the commission. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thank you. All right. Let's see, board on this, myself, Diane, John, Val, and Stephen. Who wants to start? Okay, John, go ahead.
Studied this pretty good.
Good.
The, having the fourth floor dormer. No solid dormers close to this size on the width of the building. Over penetrated up there and windows that they requested for.
The 3/3.
Hmm.
3/3 double hung. Those?
Right, that's what I was looking at. That's, it's not a third floor one close to this area. It has four dormers, one dormer with 6 lights, 6 lights. That heavy in that short distance. Within 2 of them, take out 2, but really separates your thinking when you look at the whole structure as a whole. You know, that was too heavy for that building.
Okay,
Easily. Thank you.
all right, thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the changes. I think primarily for me, what helps is the reduction in the width of the addition left to right. I note the roof pitches on the first floor shed style roofs were changed at the last, I believe they were changed for the last meeting. I think that the skirtless roof walk is a big difference in a beneficial way. You know, I'm not adverse to some type of a height survey, but I think given what's in the area and the significant amount of work that's been done on some of those structures, that this is not inappropriate. There is a case to be made that the addition should look different than the architectural style of the previously historic structure. I've read quite a bit on that, and it seems to cut both ways depending on which resource you use. I tend to prefer that it look different slightly, but this isn't about my preferences. I do note on the south elevation, while being existing, I think one of the things that's doing a disservice to the presentation and the perception of the mass and the structure is the 9-light door, which is probably a 6/8, as opposed to the higher head height covered porch windows. And I would suggest that, while I'm not going to get into designing at the table, that a taller door, slightly wider, would benefit the presentation to make this look more in balance overall. I think between that door and the smaller center dormer window or second floor window directly above it, which I understand is part of the program on the interior, something needs to give there a little bit. And I think that the covered porch door would be a big help. I'm sensitive to the comments about the dormer on the rear of the structure. However, in that area and surrounding areas, dormers of that height or that size are not uncommon, and frankly are probably some of the least visible parts of the structure. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Oh, lastly, I appreciate, I think there was some notation to clean up what the wording will be in relation to lifting the structure. And there was one note I wanted to point out that needs to be corrected. On the south elevation, the front floor height indicator indicates porch level. On the left, yeah, here, and that's actually the floor level. So just for the sake of the drawings to be cleaned up. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just,
Okay.
the incongruity that's created between the head heights on the first floor with the door and then translating up to the, I didn't articulate it, but that sill height on the second floor window being above the rail. There's just enough imbalance there that perhaps addressing the door, which is more prominent, and certainly will be as you walk by, would be more advantageous. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it. There's enough going on the front that it looks out of whack, and in changing it could make everything else come better into a sense of harmony. That's
Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I am ready. First of all, building is the building is 19, what'd you say, 32? And I really don't care what they've done to other buildings along the thing. I don't think we should change the building because they lifted a building 2 houses up 20 years ago. I think I feel we're looking at this house. I have a problem with the doghouse dormers on the roof, on the front of the house. I think that it is overpowering the way that with all the fenestration that is there and the height of the building. What is the height of the building now?
What is the what?
35.
35 feet.
Okay, is there some reason why it's at 35 feet and not at 30?
Well, it's an existing ridge height, Diane, and we are lifting it 1 foot to, for the floodplain reasons that Don Bracken spoke to in the last meeting.
We're not changing the volume.
Got that?
Okay, so it is 35, and what is the height of most of the other buildings that we're supposed to take into effect along that road? Are they all 35 feet?
Most of them are over that because a lot of them have come up, and the ones that haven't come up are coming up. And they're coming up to a floodplain, I believe, of 10, which means they're coming up, a lot of them up at least 3 or 4 more feet, which they've done on the interior because the entire Brant Point now is in the A zone with
Yeah,
the
I
perimeter velocity zones. They all come up and all of them are over 30 feet, and all the ones on Hulbert are over 30, way over 30 feet from grade because of the raise on the first floor level.
Well, that's fine. I still would like to see the dormers on the 3rd floor reduced. They are floating, the windows are floating in the middle of the dormer. Bring them narrow, bring the roof pitch down so they're not so overwhelming compared to the other house. This was, before all this stuff, a very simple house that fit in the area for Jerry and family. And I would like to see it stay that way. This house is visible from every angle of Harbor View and the street behind it and the street beside it. So we have to look at it and always. And I think the reduction of the busyness on the 3rd floor gable facing whatever that is, east elevation, should be reduced. It's so complicated that I would like to see it simpler. This is not an overwhelming area. So that's, I don't know what has to come out or be reduced, but I really think it would be good to try and reduce some of the building down there. It's the end of a street and it's across from the Harbor House. You can't contend with the Harbor House. I just would like to see it reduced. I'd like to see those 4 windows on the north elevation made simpler, have 3 or something. You still have a lot of side with 4 windows up there. I don't know how you can make the facades simpler, but I think that they should be. And I'll leave it at that for right now, because I
Okay,
got much to say.
all right. Thank you, Diane. Val Oliver.
So I just have a few comments. I
Mm.
appreciate the addition being less wide. That does help. And to Diane's point, I mean, Luke, it seems as though if those dormers remained the size that they were, it's really not going to hurt you on the inside. And it would take the roof walk from being on top of the dormers in the front. It's just a thought. I agree with Stephen about the small window in the middle there. It kind of draws your eyeball there. So maybe something that could change that way. And I'm looking at the west facade and I'm almost wondering, it's just a thought, like some of the other buildings on the other end of the street, the roof and the shed are one roof as opposed to breaking like this. That might help make it seem like a lower, smaller additive mass as well and not really change anything. And in terms of the dormer in the back, I agree that there are plenty of dormers down there via pictures we have right in front of us on the front of houses that are that big too, Harbor View. So on the rear, I don't have a problem with that. That's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Nothing to add.
So if I read this correctly, I think there's enough support for most everything we have on here. If we were to reduce the rear dormer to 3 windows instead of 4, if we were to enlarge that front door so the height of the front door was the same as the existing windows, that would, according to Steve, give us a little bit more proportion and it wouldn't look so weird with the amount of space between that small window and the top of the door. which is the original door, and those are the original window openings, but it is always weird. It looks weird. It was an open porch and now it's enclosed. So would those two options,
No,
No,
well, that was Steve's suggestion, is to enlarge the top of the door casing
It was.
and to remove one of the windows out of that rear four light and down to three over 3/3s. Would that do it?
Well, I just heard two people say no.
Do it for me.
I don't see what you said about the dormers on the third floor.
No?
I don't know what you've said about reducing the number of roofs coming down on the west elevation and therefore the east elevation. I don't hear anything on that. There's the west elevation proposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 drops.
And we have not had that been mentioned any of the times we've been in here. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly what will make this okay for a majority of the members, which is reducing the windows in the back to 3/3/3s, raising the front door or doing something so it looks like a little bit more proportional to the windows. That's pretty much where we are at the moment. I'm still after that skirt in the back where it's least visible, and we've done that several times at the HDC, where you've approved, take the skirt off the front and keep the skirt in the
I
back.
don't think that.
How is it least visible?
Okay.
It's right on McKay Way. Why is it least visible?
I don't want to get into a protracted disagreement
Yeah.
with her.
Mr. Chair, can I get a clarification? Through you. Val, were you saying on the west elevation to make that a Dutch gable on the secondary mass by extending the shed roof across? Where were you saying to change something? on the-
it was merely just a thought. I'm not married
No,
to it.
I understand. I'm just.
I
looking for
thought
clarification.
making
Wanna
this,
break this up.
this roof just come down and be
I'm
one
sorry.
roof.
I misunderstood.
I just didn't want to do a reverse salt box, Val. I'm not sure.
Well,
We'd do it on
Linda-
both sides.
Okay, I thought you were, I
It's not gonna
misunderstood
be
you.
a salt box, but
I thought
it's-
you were saying to extend as with the main gable, it's a Dutch gable, so the shed roof transverses across the gable. to the side. But I wasn't sure that's gonna help anything, so I just wanted to understand. Now I understand you're looking for more like a double wing.
Well, no, it was more just for the front facade facing the street, like the houses down on the other end, they have one continuous roof line. It was just a suggestion.
Val, the reason I did it that way was to basically do a reflection of the main mass in a minimal manner. So if you were to look at maybe even the 3D or the side elevation.
Let's look at the west elevation.
Yeah, if you did that, it would actually, the line on the front would actually extend down to the front of the new. That roof line would extend all the way to the front wall on the first floor, pretty much. That, yeah, if you carried that down,
I'm
no,
not talking about the shed.
that line, that roof rake would extend down to that corner.
Yes.
On the back, you, but I think you're gonna lose any value because it's on the back. I understand what Val's saying with respect to getting rid of that sense of the
That's
additional
what the house is doing.
from the north. If you were to continue that roof line down, but I think it's not gonna accomplish.
What is
the
going to
goal.
result in on this side?
Yeah, it's gonna be really wide.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is the least visible of all of the. So that's the least visible, you're looking at the profile now. And it's very difficult to see any of that at one time. From either, certainly not from the table.
All right, so we're beating this to death. I'm gonna make a motion to approve, subject through staff, subject to change of the front door to better track the head height that's on the south elevation. Decreasing let's see. No, bear with me. On the north elevation, going to a 3-window dormer and decreasing the dormer width proportionately.
Well, that was a key point. So you were saying just remove one window from 4 to 3, but I thought that the idea was to, in so doing, make the width of the door narrower.
I think slightly narrower is sufficient, yeah. I mean, a
So
foot on
2
each side.
feet overall.
2 feet
narrower.
overall. And then the other element was just more pedantic, is change the porch level reference on the
Right.
south elevation.
Tidying up. Say first floor.
Yeah. I think those were the changes. John, you had mentioned the dormer being too long. Okay, so that's the motion. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
What about the dormers on the third floor of the front elevation? Are you not reducing those? You're just leaving them that as drawn?
Are they what?
Can they,
They can.
Well, they were before.
So they can be actually used, because the existing ones were not originally. They were added at some point. So I'd like to have something a little bit. If there's 2 windows below it, so they line up like that.
is more substantial measured in, if you were to take 6 inches off each one and perhaps get a vote to approve?
The owner felt that it was for the third floor area, that 1 foot gain for that interior dormer was very important to him.
Okay, fair enough. So that's the motion. Diane, they're not working on the program for the dormers, so I'm not going to add that to the motion, and we'll see what happens.
Okay,
I don't want to put this too fine, but it's more than a 1 foot wide. It's gotten more than 1 foot wider.
They were wider before with double windows, and we reduced them to the ones with double windows at the side of the guy.
You're right.
Yeah, and I was looking at the double windows from the previous.
Okay,
As their
so
concession.
that is Stephen's motion. All clear on it. I am. So I'm going to see how we feel about that. Okay, on Stephen's motion, John. Reduce the dormer, John.
Right.
Yeah, what were you concerned about?
The whole thing, the whole,
The dormer.
Oh, the
So they
whole
made the
dormer.
dormer you mean at all? 'Cause they made the dormer 2 feet narrower and got rid of one window before.
right.
That's part of Stephen's motion.
You're getting rid of one of these and then making it shorter. Yeah. Just to be clear.
One here.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 windows. All right.
You can still be opposed. I just
Yeah.
want to be,
He's still offsetting as compared to the other buildings, that's why.
okay.
Fair enough.
No, that's fair enough. Okay, so John's opposed. Val?
I'm a nay.
Okay.
okay.
What was that? Guy.
Hello? My vote is a nay.
Oh, okay. Motion fails.
All right.
Well,
Motion to hold for minor
yeah,
revisions.
so you know where John stands. Hey, no, you didn't. He wants like
Move it.
basically no dormer. Diane was clear. She wanted the front dormers, the gable dormers to go narrow, which she didn't want to do. And Val had other issues that she described. So,
If we give up if we go back to original dormers in the front, would that carry the day?
That would do it for me.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
you get Diane's.
That-
vote.
All right.
That
so-
would do it for me if you put them down to where they were, so they don't.
I think that's a done
All
deal to
right,
get
let's
this
get
done.
this off the table.
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
it's a long night, guys, so I appreciate everyone being sensitive to this, so I'm just gonna make another motion to approve through staff with the door height adjusted on the south elevation to better track the existing porch windows.
Yep.
The dormers to go back to the south elevation existing. The rear dormer to be a reduced by 2 feet and 1 window.
Correct.
And-
And then the cleaning up of the language on the floor.
Yeah.
elevation. Okay, so that's Stephen's revised motion. On that motion, John.
Opposed,
Okay,
stand opposed.
yep, understood. We got you. All right. Val,
Aye.
okay, Diane
Aye.
and Stephen on your motion.
I'm an aye, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, let's see. I have too many
No.
agendas on this.
Will you
too.
read what I wrote and see if I got it all?
Yeah, send that right over to Stephen. Oh, sorry, that's okay. Okay, 38 Prospect, the spa.
Oh, I'm not on this.
Board on this one, myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Stephen. Yeah, this.
I'm not on it.
No
John, you want to
foul.
sign
You
that?
want to hear it again?
You mean
Oh,
physically
what-
cannot see it?
Okay, so let's be on this for a moment. Kathy? Is the rule, is the one rule that we're operating under that nothing can be brought to the table? Diane can't see it on Zoom?
If it's plans, no, but if it's supplemental information and she's fine with you all looking at it and she's comfortable with you all agreeing on it, then that's fine. Does that make any sense? So
If Diane is.
if
fine.
Diane's comfortable with what you're looking for supplemental information, that's fine. If
Yeah,
not,
'cause-
if it's
'cause
plans.
Otherwise, someone could misconstrue this as a way of like tailoring the board in their favor. So. Well, let's just hold this then. Let's hold it. No, let's hold it. Then I don't want to have a registered objection. Diane, are you okay with moving forward on this?
Yeah, I thought we had discussed this before. I'm fine if it's something that knocks me out, I'll let you know, but otherwise, I understand what's there. I've read the letters, I've read the background, I've read the minutes. So let's go.
Okay. very good.
Color
Thank you.
coded it for you guys for,
What?
I color coded this so you guys can see it easier.
I think That's all set to go.
You guys all ready to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're a little troubled by a couple of things that have gone on here. Not least of which is the mob rule or intimidation. We'll move past that for a moment
I hope so.
because the
Thank you.
HDC has jurisdiction from the publicly traveled way. The HDC does not have jurisdiction over use. We seem to be getting lost in an endless argument about the appropriateness of spas, which are appropriate under the zoning bylaw. What this is a landscape hardscape feature. If it's not visible from a publicly traveled way, it doesn't matter what the use is because the use is adjudicated by a different board. So we all seem to be getting lost in the endless emails about spas or mini pools, as they've been called over the last 24 to 48 hours. It is not a mini pool. It does not qualify as a pool. It is a spa. However, it could be a hole in the ground with water and not be a spa, and it doesn't matter to the HDC under the act. The use is beyond the HDC. The use is monitored by the bylaw, by the building commissioner. We'll never get a building permit for it if it was anything other than what it is under the bylaw. So I just wanted to state that for the
Okay.
record.
Thank you.
I have given you asked for a section, which is in the plan. I believe it's probably the last page of the copy that you have. And that's a section looking across with Prospect Street would be on the right. And the way, South Mill, North Mill is on the left. You can see where it goes up.
Sorry, Linda, do you have a larger, air site plan of the?
You've got a
of the
large, you should have the
neighboring-
larger one in front of you, out of the
We'll have it.
file.
Do you know what I
Do-
mean? I mean, like
You mean a
the one-
locust
Yeah.
plan? A locust
Oh.
plan?
It's in the file, the original application.
Oh.
We don't
thanks.
normally submit those a second time or a
Here-
third
here you
time.
go, Abby.
That was one of the things we said for Seaside with the
Yeah, it's in the file. It always has been. But this is, you can't miss this because if you look at the pictures I gave you on the handout just now, you can see the pictures from Prospect. To give you an idea, this is the corner one.
Well,
So when you're going down Prospect and you pass the
Past the
old
mill.
Miller house, it's the one that has the garage right there. and
Yeah, they're
it's-
both up.
Yeah,
It's
I
right
wasn't
there.
on this one before, so I just sort of reoriented myself.
this is the same. It's like, that's what she's after.
Yeah, it should be on there, but there it is right there. You can't miss it on the pictures that I just gave you. Because the house is up and the cottage garage is up as well. So I took pictures again. Here they are. It's going to be landscaped. Diane didn't think Lelands were appropriate because the deer absolutely love Lelands. So they've changed what there's no privet there at all. It's all going to be something green giant hedge. We've reduced the amount of bluestone. We've reduced the retaining wall, which is only a small retaining wall anyway, because the grade changes so drastically there. We've reduced a lot of the other hardscaping. I think that was pretty much it. You wanted to see how visible it was going to be, and it's not, because there's a hedge there, a year-round vegetation, and an arbor with a gate.
Thanks.
And the spa had been originally planned for 18 to 24 inches out of the ground. It is now flush with the patio. That was a big concern before. And the retaining wall, I gave you those amounts before. It's sunken down 3 feet. You can tell by the section. And then it drops down to about 12 feet, 12 inches. And then it goes down again to the one that you've already approved for Brook at lot 28, which is further down away from Prospect. So I'd like to stick to the issue of the hardscape feature as opposed to the use of the hardscape feature, which is not in our purview here at the HDC, according to the act. That is the streetscape right there. I think I gave you a picture of that, a large picture of that in your file and the thing that got handed out from the file. So the grade drops and it drops, and as you know, it drops over the hill after the one that Brooke is doing next to us. And there are existing hedges and there are existing vegetation all around this property, and we're not planning on removing any vegetation between the back of the garage apartment, the cottage to the street. We're going to leave it. I figured color coding it would be a good idea.
Okay. Thanks, Linda. That it?
For the moment.
Okay. Holly.
I'd like to ask a question if I could.
Hang on, Diane, 1 second. We're going to hear from Holly. Get to you,
Yeah,
okay?
let's hear from.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, HSAB did not take a look at this again. However, I do want to notate for the record that you have all received multiple letters in opposition.
Yeah.
But I do, yes, from a zoning perspective, it's allowed purview of the HTC visibility. I do want to reiterate that their previous was based on the fact of the use.
Good to hear you.
Sorry, Diane. Just reiterating the fact that HTC's review is based on the visibility aspect. So that's pretty much what I wanted to address.
Did you say something after that related to HSAB about
Yeah, so-
use versus?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Could you just say that again?
previously, they were mentioning spa is essentially a small swimming pool. Again, all pool and spa installers know the zoning bylaw. They know what it needs to be. The purview is not the use, whether it's used for bathing or swimming or sitting in. Again, at the end of the day, it's the visibility. And I just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay.
Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've read all of those things that have come in and they all talk about use and I don't want to
Hang
go
on.
there.
I think we're going to hear a little bit more on that subject in a minute.
Yeah.
Diane, did you have something that you wanted clarified?
I wanted to ask Linda, perhaps if she, over the years that she has been a chairman of the board of the HCC, that in our mission statement that comes down through the federal government to us is that it says that a piece of building or whatever should fit in to the existing area so that it fits with the people, with the house next door and down the street, that it isn't a question of being just hidden so you can't see it. And I believe I have misput it, my mission statement, but I believe that it says that, and it also says that the HDC is the final commission to make that statement. It doesn't say that the zoning board or the planning board or the heavens have the right to override what we say. And I am going on that premise because that's what I have followed for years. Is our mission statement is to make it fit into the streetscape, whether you can see it or not. So I sort of wonder why we're being told that we have to do it because we can't see it. That's my question.
She asked me,
Linda,
she asked me.
Okay, I can answer that as the chair.
Please answer it, Ray, please.
It's crystal clear that the HDC only has jurisdiction over what is visible from a publicly traveled way.
Not
That's what-
use.
That's what Holly just said. Things that we can't see from a public way are not our purview.
There are a lot of places in the state, because I did some research on that years ago, that have certificates of non-applicability, and Holly knows all about those as well, which we don't have here. We've been appealed to the Board of Selectmen, as you know, sometime 2 years ago by somebody after that. We just haven't done it, so. But
So
it is
our mission statement,
architecturally, yes, you have complete control over something architectural, though it's not visible from the street, I claim. The
so our mission
separating the
statement that
use
was
from that.
handed down to us is not valid. It's just,
Okay, so Diane, you're arguing that the HDC does have jurisdiction over things that are not visible from a publicly traveled way.
yes. If it fits
Okay.
into the streetscape, we're supposed to do that. That's one of our primary missions. I've said that 100 times and it's printed as our mission. But if you all say it's not true, then I shut up.
Maybe you're right. We should start reviewing the interiors of basements and that sort of thing.
Well, the act is very clear on visible from a publicly traveled way, not whether it's next to the Gardner Estate on Westchester, not whether nobody likes
know.
spas, and I'm
Okay.
not a
All
spa
right,
person.
so listen, enough of that. There's a lot of people here that are interested in speaking. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to you folks now. I think you all know what the procedure is. There's a mic at either end, I think. Is there one
No,
over here?
that one doesn't
Oh,
work
I'm sorry.
anymore. And I reserve the right to respond after all of this again.
You're not
It's a
going to
repeat,
respond, you're not
repeat,
going to
repeat.
respond to each and every
No,
person
no,
that speaks.
not that. At the
Okay,
very end of the repeating.
and I'll let you have a brief moment. Yes, I will, Linda. Well, okay, there's a certain point, you may know, where I have to kind of cut it off, but go ahead.
You gotta go to town.
Oh, by the way, everyone, I'd love for this to remain civil. Thank you.
Right. My name is Ann Duez. I am living at 5 Mill Street. I have been coming to Nantucket since 1962. I spend 4 months a year on Nantucket since 2009. I vote here and I serve on jury duty here. The reason I'm mentioning this is that some people have suggested that I do not have any legitimacy to stand before you as a representative of our neighborhood group. And I wanted to set the record straight that about this misinformation, that I think I do have legitimacy. About our neighborhood group, briefly, again, we represent every single family on what I call the Mill Street neighborhood, which is Mill Street, North Mill Street, Angola Street, Candlehouse Lane, and New Dollar Lane. That's about 24 families. We have another 25 or so who have either invested in the land bank purchase of the Mueller properties or who simply love the neighborhood as it is and what it represents. 4 weeks ago, I stood before you and I argued that many approvals are not appropriate in this particular neighborhood. The HDC does have appropriateness as part of its mission, as Diane has suggested. We have a historically significant, quiet, open, semi-rural neighborhood. When I was here 4 weeks ago, I quoted several of your colleagues who said, these features are not, these mini pools are not appropriate. I quoted Leslie Lindsay's comments. I rejected an argument that the question of pools is philosophical, not actionable. I cited the decades of investment in public and private properties that has always respected the special architecture and open spaces that define the neighborhood. I pointed out that the approval of 1 mini pool would lead to 9, where we now have none. I was supported by more than 20 people, 20 of my neighbors physically present at the meeting. And as you can see, we have a lot of them here today. Rest assured, they will not speak. They have all asked me to speak on their behalf. At that time, all 5 of you agreed with me that spas, pools, whatever you want to call them, are simply not appropriate in this particular special neighborhood. What's not new this time? This is the same owner who 4 weeks ago, with a cookie cutter spa, exactly the same as what you looked at 4 weeks ago. Our arguments against mini pools in our neighborhood have not changed, so I'm not going to repeat them. We have, again, a large contingent of neighbors who care a lot about this special neighborhood. What is new? There have been more public comments about the neighborhood and its uniqueness. For example, Marianne Stanton in the Inky and Mirror on July 15th in her Here and There column. Several neighbors who rent their houses have asked their tenants, why do you rent here? They said they like the quiet, calm, peaceful, historic neighborhood. The owners of 2 of the properties that you have reviewed in this 9-lot subdivision have now put their properties on the market, including the one before you now. Here's some of the verbiage from their listings. Centrally located and in the neighborhood of a multitude of historical sites, unique setting in the historic Old Mill neighborhood, the historic neighborhood of Nantucket. Clearly, these owners know how special this neighborhood is, yet they wish to degrade it with inappropriate mini pools and all of the screening in the form of fences, high hedges, and whatnot to hide them that is in direct opposition to the natural context of our neighborhood, open and welcoming. So Commissioners Pohl, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Welch, I ask you, as I did 4 weeks ago, please champion the interests of a comprehensive, united group of neighbors who have demonstrated over a long period of time their commitment to maintaining the special historical nature of our neighborhood over those of an individual who is proposing something that is inappropriate for our neighborhood. And to say no to this application for a mini pool, as you did 4 weeks ago. As always, we thank you for your hard work on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else?
Bob Miklos, 16 Prospect, the house on the corner of Mill and Prospect. Just one clarification. I drive by this site under construction. The first thing I want to do is commend the HDC's comments, because I think the house is, as it is designed and built now, is well scaled. But a point of clarification, the spa will be absolutely seen from Prospect. See it daily. I see that part of the site daily. So Linda Williams' insistence that it won't be seen is absolutely incorrect. And as long as I've been before the HDC, I've understood that hedges and planting are not an adequate screen to hide something that should be hidden from the street. So I just want to be clear on that. You're welcome to walk the site, because despite the photos, you can see, because of the topography and the slope, the spa will be seen.
Thank you, Bob.
I actually hadn't planned to speak, but I just felt I needed to. I just want to read. My name's Ann Lingaman Davis, and I'm at 15 Mill Street. The HDC preserves the natural context, and pools change the environment, whether you can see them or not.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay, Linda, short rebuttal. Short.
Again, we are talking about use. We know that Privet, I'm not a Privet fan. We know that Privet does not hide anything 9 months of the year, which is why you asked us to put in an evergreen year-round screening. On top of the fact that the building blocks a lot of this from Prospect, on top of the fact that the grade changes into the patio, it drops 30 inches on the Prospect side, and there's more planting up there, because if you don't want to see it, it doesn't want to see you. On top of the fact that Kathy won't sign off on it if it's visible from Prospect or the road in front of it. That's part of what you do as a condition in perpetuity. So if it ever becomes visible, where the property owner is in violation. Clearly, not all the landscaping has been put in yet, so you can pretty much see the site. There's no screening, there's no arbor, there's no sunken patio, there's no nothing. So that's one of the reasons why we withdrew it on lot 28, which has no bearing on this structure or this request at all. They have to be taken individually. I believe Kathy responded to one of the emails in that respect today. So we withdrew lot 28 because there are no structures there. Nobody could tell whether it's going to be hidden or visible or anything, even though that's less visible than most garages in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to do that again, that they're back on this word spa, and they are abusing that word because they are calling it a mini pool. There's no such thing as a mini pool in the zoning bylaw or on the island. We have lap pools, we have kidney pools, we've got all kinds of stuff. This is not a mini pool, because there's no such thing on Nantucket in the definition of anything in the bylaw.
Okay, thanks. All right, brave board members. Abby, I'm looking at you.
Hi, so my view on this, well, I was thinking about birdsong. I wasn't on this application, but on the architecture, but now I'm on the landscape plan. I don't think a pool is appropriate in this neighborhood, and I don't want to set a precedence. I think I don't, in this particular design, I think we're relying on vegetation screening, and you will also, there's a lot of bluestone between the two buildings. So I think I don't think the giant cypress trees, whatever they are going to hide this in perpetuity. I think the deer will get them and they'll look like lollipops soon. So I don't think, and I don't want to rely on screening. I mean, if you can have a pool, you shouldn't have to screen it. It should be sort of a natural setting for a pool. So I'm not, I've been against pools in historic districts in Sconset, on Main Street, in historic districts consistently, and I haven't changed my view. So
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Abby. Diane, you ready?
Yes,
Okay,
I agree with what Abby has said with the stuff around it, with whether you have to put something there that doesn't fit in with the rest of the stuff. And I think you have to, as I have said before, and they've said, you have to give some consideration to the area that it sits in and the houses around it, behind it, in front of it. This is an area as important as parts of Main Street. And I think it should be regarded as such and not be pushed into doing something because we are told we have to. And I can't do that. I would say no until there was some other proposal made. And
Okay.
it includes proper screening, and it not hedges, not privet. And it might be easier for them to not have their pool 10 by whatever it is.
10,
And
10 by
and
10.
yeah, and deep. So that's my feeling. It has been since the day one.
Okay, thanks, Diane. John, you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, according to these photos that are submitted, and in fact, somebody brought up the fact that there is 85% of this project public or travel way, it's visible, highly visible. And the signs up there on private, that's another thing that includes that the town is the public, not street, not
Mill.
is a public way, and it's recorded. I went down, done research for the last 3 days down in town building. The street is a public way, no matter what anybody says. They took it as a 1799 road, they call it. And saying it's seven, it's just a little history, that these roads are called public. And they have a copy of them because I done research maybe 20 years ago on North State. And I gave a copy, has a select. So if they're curious about whether it's private or can't be seen, that's, like, you can see most of this project. That's what I want to say on that.
Okay. Is that it?
It's down in town building, if you want to go around and research it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Stephen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure where to start on this. So I think with respect to visibility, there's several issues here. One is visibility, one is use, one is appropriateness. One is the actual physical visibility as opposed to the concept of visibility for the HDC. I think for the sake of consistency, if the HDC is going to say it's not visible, we don't rule on it. And I'm a big fan of this. And the example I'm going to give, that we don't spend an inordinate amount of time talking about doors and windows that we never see and we will never see, which we do spend a lot of time on. With respect to appropriateness, the other thing I just want to mention, I think if on appeal, I would suggest to the select board to please view the tapes, because I think it tells a fuller story of the events than can be done. And that's not, she's got a lot going on over there. I think so. Visibility is a question. I think appropriateness is a legitimate question. Setting, character, the fabric of the neighborhood, certainly more so in the historic district and in particular in small areas that have a character into and onto themselves. I would like to get an answer, a definitive answer from town council. We skirt around this on a regular basis, and it's problematic not only for applicants, but for neighbors, for the community. And I think it does a disservice to all the parties involved, including the commissioners, not to have a clear answer on that, a clear objective answer on that. So I'm just touching lightly on those two. That's visibility and appropriateness as in terms of concepts. With respect to visibility, and then I'm going to get, well, let me hit on use. Use is clearly not something we address. It is a zoning, a matter of the zoning bylaw. But I think trying, if there's the connotation that use and appropriateness are married, is a double-edged sword, because where that can quickly go, the unintended consequence is an article to ban spas, when really it's not spas that are the issue. It's that our noise bylaw and our lighting bylaw don't perhaps necessarily reflect those two new elements in the setting that they are points of contention. It's not a slight on our bylaws. It's just that those have not evolved to address this particular issue, which over the course of the last several months, if not recent years, have become flashpoints that are left in the HTC's lap. We're here to address, I believe, visibility, appropriateness with respect to character of setting. I don't think that we can extend out into what type of noise something creates. I do believe that that is something that needs to be addressed separately. So I think having said all those things, I heard quiet and calm, that's noise bylaw. I heard in previous testimony, lighting, that's the lighting bylaw. As it's going to be no surprise to the applicant or the applicant's agent that I voted no on these in the past due to character and setting. I do believe that without clear objective input from council, it's very difficult for the HTC to do what is the next step, which is to try and come up with a work group of people who are on both sides of the aisle in terms of both owners and installers and preservation, historians, so on and so forth, to determine a policy procedure that can be publicly vetted and appropriately voted on and determined by the HDC, so that this type of thing, people still can come in and make their comments. But we can, there's a lot of types of things like this that we can be looking at least in a general sense, so people have an idea of what to expect in advance. I'm not suggesting that a policy would be so specific as to say in every instance, this is or isn't approvable. However, guidance is an important element of being consistent, and it's guidance for both applicants, homeowners, and for the commission. Again, that's a lot there, but these are my thoughts given what we've been presented, not just with this application, but recent previous applications. I think I've stated where I will be on a vote on this particular application, having reviewed the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think you have, but I'm unclear.
Yeah, I know.
But that's okay. It doesn't matter. I think maybe what I'm about to say and what you just said are very similar. And what I have to say about this is it's clear that this issue goes beyond this room. And I was a little disappointed when this came up the last time and we all spent so much time discussing this, that it wasn't taken before the select board and to a state level, to get somebody to adjudicate this and to come up with, well, at the level of the select board, they come up with other strategies for dealing with this clearly a very big problem, and will only get worse if this continues. If this room, this board continues to be the venue that discusses the appropriateness of pools in the close quarters of the downtown area, that's a problem, because this is going to continue. As Val says, I overuse this phrase a lot, but I like to say death by 1,000 cuts. And this is, we only have 2 so far, but we're in danger of several more. So I think this needs to go to a higher level, and I'm prepared to vote to do so. Yes, Stephen.
Two quick comments. One, I get to lay the foundation and you get to eloquently summarize it, so thank you. Two, if this were to proceed, I just want to be clear, and I also want to forecast for future applications, not necessarily in this type of a setting. But I do think it's inappropriate with respect to plant materials. I'm not going to get into particular plant materials. I
Right.
will, but I'm going to say I'm not. Just the idea is green giant arborvitae is a plant material that creates a wall, a hedge, which would be inappropriate in the location in a small planting. Something like a DeGroot spire arborvitae or a beanpole yew, which are smaller diameter, cylindrical, smaller height plant materials that are evergreen. The key being smaller diameter, smaller height, evergreen, are important elements in a successful approval. And if this were to advance, I want to have that on the record because we've had applications remanded to us for approval, and I want to be specific about that point. I think those are my two. Thank you.
Could I add one other thing?
You
to
may.
what your requirements is that the mission of the Historic District Commission is also provided to the legal department of Nantucket, because if you don't know what they say and what permission we have, then it is not good. It should be included, a mission statement for the HDC, very clear, and anything else is going to him, then that certainly should go to him.
Well, I think that was to Stephen's point. You know, he wants somebody else to take a look at this and tell us where we stand.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman, do you guys have a separate mission statement that has nothing to do with the
No.
HDC Act? Or are we talking about the Act
no,
itself?
The missions, man.
I don't really care what it says right now, but is that separate from the Act or is
No.
it something else you guys did?
No.
Oh, it's from federal government. It's from what established us as a historic area, historic island, historic town. It
We're talking
comes from
Act.
them. It's not something we made up.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
No, but now that it's out there, I want to address it if I may. Mr.
Steve was the one who sent it to me. He knows what it says.
So our mission,
Stephen.
thank you. I believe I have the floor, so I'm going to speak. The HCC mission statement with a background summary is posted on our webpage. That is simply a distillation of kind of how we do what we do and why we do it, including a reference to the mission within the act itself, which I think is within paragraph 2. So that is on our webpage. That is what Diane is referring to. I point that out because I want it to be clear that this is not something that the HCC this sitting HCC has conceived and written up. This is a reference to existing practices and the act itself.
Right.
Okay. Linda, I don't.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Diane. I don't recall whether you were here for the last version of this. But basically, you don't have the support to get this approved. Okay, so because you used to sit in this chair, basically, I'm going to give you three alternatives. You have three alternatives available to you. One, that a motion is made to hold for revisions. I would recommend against that because this is going nowhere. You can withdraw the application or you can get a denial. And you want the denial. Okay.
Another view is out.
I'm actually, I'm gonna knock you. Actually, I'm glad to hear that because I really want this to move forward to a higher level so that this can really be thoroughly discussed in a more holistic manner than beyond just our visible from a public way portion of this.
I think, Mr. Chairman, the only reason I would ask for a continuance is because we want to put in a lot more stuff into that file. Because when you go before the Board of Selectmen or Select Board,
Well,
you can't introduce any new information
No,
under
no,
the
I know.
law.
Well, I'm not necessarily going to make this easy for you. So,
Because I have to have the client that will take this.
No, but you're okay with us giving you a denial?
True, but then it's going to we're going to ask for a remand so we can put all the other information into it. And it seems kind of
Well,
pointless
that
for
would be
that.
up, that would be up to the,
Yeah, and they like the
and
remand
we're going to
stuff.
argue against that.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay, here we go.
Gonna make a motion to deny based upon questions of visibility and questions of character and setting, the appropriateness in character and of character. And I think that I may comment on the motion.
Historic.
May I just comment on that?
Comment on your own motion?
Well, before I finalize it.
Yeah, sure.
I think we're trying to address those matters, so I want to put them in the motion. So,
Yeah,
fair enough.
no, I thought the motion was perfect.
Good.
Okay, so,
Chairman,
yes.
add motion before we change.
Okay, John, well, let's see if Stephen will agree to that.
Okay, I'd like to just submit that this here, because it's not going forward, because there's a great lack of information on this visually as well as what's going on. So I'd like to.
Information in the packet? This information?
All the information.
I'm not sure that I want that to be part of the motion.
Yeah, I'm
John.
not comfortable making that change. First of all, I don't believe it's correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not comfortable adding that to the
There's
motion.
plenty of information, but so.
Sorry, John.
Hey, John,
Uh,
Stephen is making a
fine.
motion for a
I
denial.
just think there's a lack of information right at this time.
What specifically?
What information?
There's a motion on the table.
Yeah, there is a motion on the table and hopefully
Let's
everyone.
go, let's add to the motion.
I'm not comfortable adding to the motion, Diane.
No, that's all right. I understand. I said, let's just do the motion so we
Yeah, I'm with you, Diane.
stop the,
I'm
stop
gonna
the
put it to a
discussion.
vote. So Diane, you're going to be the first person. So on Stephen's motion, are you in favor of his motion for denial?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Okay, John.
He doesn't know.
Okay, and Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you again.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yeah, no, we got,
No,
Had enough of that.
okay. Now, okay,
Let's-
do we have, we're at 8 New Mill, so I think we have a few people leaving, but not everyone. Okay,
No, they're just going to attack
Yeah,
this one.
let's keep the fun going here.
I'm gonna keep it going for you. If a motion is made and the denial is issued, it has to be exclusive right from the minutes. So I would deny.
He put that as part of this.
Now, I see some of it there, which
It's in
needs
there.
a lot more, but anyway. Thank you.
No, hey, John, that motion was legally sound. I'll
Yeah.
have you know.
It was legally sound. Okay, so Linda,
Yep.
we have 8 New Mill, and let's see who our board is on this. Slightly different than the last. It's myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val
Val.
Oliver this time. Sorry, what? I just put disapprove, so I'm signing a disapproval. Yeah. Okay.
I think we were almost approved last time by a majority of the board before it was held for more revisions. So we made the revisions. We took a foot out of the height, I believe 9 inches. I don't have the thing in front of me. And we took a foot out of the width. We took the pent roof off, which Val had asked, thought that was a good idea. We took it back off. We took the back stairs off. We put the door towards the yard, as you suggested for the access. That was going to work.
And reduce it from 23 to 22.
Yeah, 22 and change, Diane. I can't read it
22.9.
from here. 22.9.
22.9.
Yep, and it is a garage apartment, which is generally allowed to go to 24, but we shortened it up again. And
Yep.
we proved that you can't see it from left or right, north or, I guess, west or east.
Okay.
We took the back stairs off and
change the door into a window.
Yep, because we had too many doors on that side. And that's pretty much it. I've got to remind you that it's less visible than 90% of the garages and cottages in the ROH. It is 6 feet below the street level. I'm not interested in what you can see from someone else's backyard, and it shouldn't be before you either. I'm not interested in parties. I'm not interested in noise, all of which have come up in the past. It is 60 some odd feet off the road, 6 feet below the road level. And pretty insignificant. We changed them to carriage doors, which we did a while ago. So I think we did everything, and we moved it 10 feet away from the tree. Only the tree person for the town, Dale, has been in this backyard several times. He's removed these diseased and invasive trees before. There have been several of them removed from that backyard already. One at the request of 6 New Mill, because it was going to fall on our house. We fully expect that one that everybody's moaning about to fall on our house, but that's the way it goes. And they want them removed. You can't even take saplings off them. You can't take cuttings. You can't do anything with them. They're diseased. They want them gone. So the least, I think 5 or 6 have been removed from her backyard now because they were not doing well. And this one isn't doing well either. But the standard for the town is not 20 feet. It is 10 feet from a town tree. This is not a town tree. And that town tree is this tree is barely visible from New Mill. It's visible from the other side on Mill Street. So I think we've done everything we can. It's insignificant, and we'd like it approved after 4 months.
Okay, thanks, Linda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do not have HSAB comments. However, I do have 2 comments from some members as well as staff comments.
Okay.
My comments are as follows. I appreciate the relocation from the rear property line and trees. The existing stairs and pent roof have been removed. Thank you. However, it could be more of a utilitarian look and simpler within the old historic district. Understanding this is infill as well as the main dwelling from 1970s.
Who was that one from?
That was me,
Okay, want to make sure it's
for
you.
the record.
Want to make sure it's you.
As preservation planner. From Mr. Roland, this building still has a very boxy look. The proportions would be more appropriate. The width were reduced another foot. The large shed dormers should be broken up into 2 separate single window dormers on each side. Another comment from Brooke Meerbergen. Hi, Holly, thank you for considering the following. On the front elevation, appreciate the changes, given the grade change, height reduction is appreciated, though would be preferred to see 22 feet in the old historic district, mandatory height be honored. Right elevation, still a long building, however, length will be obviously perceived from a public way since it's on the rear elevation, appreciate the changes, some concerns as above. Left elevations, same input as right elevation. Site shift forward, would prefer building be kept at original location since it crowds main house. However, it is not a pointed concern. Best regards, Brooke. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, that wasn't a meeting that they have
I
seen
know.
any of the presentations. They don't have any of the submissions. They had no pictures. Number one.
Understood.
Number two, now we want us to go back to where it was. There is no mandatory 22-foot height. This is
No,
actually a
that's-
garage
I
apartment.
believe you got that wrong.
That's what
He said he would rather have it go to 22, but he would respect it at the mandatory height, which is 24.
Which we
Who's-
didn't
That
do.
was in favor of you, not against you.
Okay, because it sounded like he was saying 22 feet for a secondary dwelling.
No, he said he.
No.
Did I get that right?
Yeah.
And for the record, these were available to the public, so that's how they were able
Yeah,
to.
but I
review it.
object to them making comments when they haven't seen it. So there you go.
All right, okay. Thanks. Thanks, Holly. And now I know there's some people that want to speak on this application, so sadly, we got to get our second microphone back here. It broke? Oh.
Thank you, Chairman Pohl. I'm Ann Lingaman Davis. I live at 15 Mill Street. I I'd like to begin by thanking Ms. Basili and Ms. Williams for implementing most of the suggestions raised at previous meetings. We were disappointed to see that the 22-foot flush shed dormers are still part of the design. These have been discussed at the HSAB meetings and HDC meetings, along with the structure's bulkiness. I do recognize that the structure itself was pulled in by 1 foot and the height reduced by 5 inches. Flush shed dormers are a contemporary design feature that will be visible from 2 public traveled ways and the public open spaces. There are no other flush shed dormers in view from the Pony and Land Bank fields. The dormers would create a box-like profile and would be completely out of place in this historic view shed. In closing, I'd like to mention something I've been thinking a lot about since the last meeting. Professional advocates that deploy argumentative and aggressive
Oh,
tactics.
hang on.
Chill,
Wait, stop. No, no.
chill,
Let's stop there, okay?
chill public comment.
Linda, please stop. I really don't want that happening.
I'm feeling deterred and threatened from speaking, and that's not appropriate.
No. I'm a paid advocate.
I
I'm an
didn't say that.
architect.
I
No.
said-
I'm a paid advocate.
Who's,
Val is a paid advocate. Anyone who works in this profession gets paid to represent something. So let's just strike that. Stay with your comments with respect to the
I
building.
actually just want to
please.
correct myself.
Okay.
I
okay.
didn't say paid, I said professional.
Okay, I'm a professional too.
Discussion
Linda,
through the
you got to
chair.
stop talking, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue, Ann.
Okay. Public input is a vital part of this process, and nobody should be frightened from coming forward and contributing.
Okay.
Once again, I'd like to thank the HDC for all the work you do and for your commitment to preserving and protecting Nantucket's architectural heritage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pat Beilman, and my husband David Poor and I live at 17 Mill Street, which abuts the backyard of 8 New Mill Street. We too would like to extend our grateful thanks to Ms. Basili and Ms. Williams for incorporating most of the changes suggested by the HSAB and the HDC. As Ann Davis noted, it appears the only outstanding item is the design of the flush shed dormers. We are also grateful to the chair and the board for navigating this process with respect and being guided by the principles of architectural, historic, and natural context as outlined in the HDC guidelines, building with Nantucket in mind. In closing, I would like to respectfully submit 2 points to correct the formal record. Point 1, Ms. Williams and Ms. Basili have both stated that we launched, quote, personal and extreme attacks, unquote, against them. This is simply inaccurate. I really don't know where this portrayal comes from, as the videos and transcripts of these meetings show this is not the case. We look forward to welcoming Ms. Basili into our neighborhood. We are concerned neighbors who support the right to build a garage apartment as long as it falls within the HDC guidelines. Point number 2, Dave Shampoo is the current Nantucket tree warden. I consulted Dave about our backyard tree, whose roots extend into the backyard of 8 Mill. In the last meeting, Ms. Williams stated that she consulted with a town arborist, who's Dale Gary, the Department of Public Works town arborist. I'm not sure why his recommendations appear to differ so much from those of Dave Shampoo, who maintains the same advice as last time. I quote him from an email I received on Monday, July 19th, quote, The allowable setback as it stands now would eliminate close to half the root system of the tree. This could very well kill the tree, but the more likely outcome is a slow decline and eventual demise. The 20-foot setback, along with a sheathing barrier to prevent overdig, would be the optimal situation. End of quote. Chairman Pohl intended to contact Dave, and we will leave it in their hands. Again, my thanks to Stephanie Basili and Linda Williams for adopting many of the requested revisions. Now that Ms. Williams has been appointed to the Conservation Commission, we trust she will advise Ms. Basili to do the right thing regarding the tree. We appreciate and thank Chairman Pohl and the other commissioners, as always, for their patience and dedication.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Okay, anyone else? All right. we can
Might I
turn-
respond in very briefly?
Very briefly.
Whether I'm appointed to
and-
any other
and-
board is immaterial, first off.
Stick to the.
There's no
architectural
Concom
stuff.
issues here. Second, you asked me 2 meetings ago, I think, it's been 4 months now, to show you that you could not see those dormers at all. And I showed you with all the pictures going all the way around the neighborhood, that all you see those guys is in profile 6 feet below, obviously New Mill, and below the level of Mill Street on the other side. So you will never get a full view of either one of those flush dormers, period. And we've already dropped the height, so we're already pretty compromised on square footage up there.
Okay, thank you, Linda. All right, let's see. Who's my first victim? Val, would you care to begin? You ready?
Sure.
Great.
I appreciate the changes that have been made. And I think that this is an approvable building. I'm looking at examples and have driven around the neighborhood and taken pictures myself. And I think I said this in a previous meeting. I'm just flummoxed by the vehemence that this thing has met with such opposition when there are clearly other structures that are much larger, much taller, bigger massing, that are garage apartments in this area. That's all I have. I just don't get it.
Okay,
It's appropriate.
thank you. Abby,
Yeah, I appreciate the changes, Linda. And I think with a little, bit of moving of parts, it can be fine. But I do think it appears too wide and too deep into the site. And that equals reading too chunky. It also is, and it's large, and on the site plan, it appears almost the same size as the main dwelling. So I think a reduction in width and deepness would help. I'm not sure of where the shutters come from. I don't know if they relate to anything like the main building, or I don't know. I think simpler would be better. And I'm also,
sorry, does that mean that you would prefer it without shutters?
it does.
Okay, just,
Yeah, these are just my opinions. It's just, and I'm also not a big fan of flush dormers, so. Thank you.
okay, thanks. Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Hi.
I agree with Abby. I think it needs to be made smaller. If I could see the east elevation, I might get a sense of the length of, this is a garage. And it is large for a garage. Garages are not usually have cars that are as long as this. I think the dormers should be made smaller. You have a lot of space in between the 3 windows. If you want 3 windows, bring them in and make them that, or take
out the center one and bring them into two. That is too big. It's too big. It's, as Abby said, it's almost as big as the existing building. I think that a garage, and even a garage with a guest house or whatever you want to call it, is smaller than that. Both windows, both elevations, the east and the west have the dormer, and it probably is too big and not necessity. Bring it in and maybe take another 2 feet or so off the garage to make it shorter. And that would make it fit in more where you are and reduce the strain and stress around the edging. And otherwise than that, the building is simple enough. Take the shutters off, reduce the length of the building by 2 to 3 feet, and reduce the dormers. That's what I would request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Number one, Historic District Commission of state law as well as Nantucket states that we deal own any exterior architectural features of the structure. And it's in writing. And I find this is a garage. There's nothing to do with this commission. It's the exterior architectural features, windows, doors, etc. And I find it's appropriate, it's there, it's ready to be approved for that area.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, first thing I do want to say, he is. So I apologize. He is, meaning that Dave Shampoo is the tree warden. I thought his son was, but he is. Okay, but what I want to continue to say was the tree here, I don't think is germane to what we're really discussing. It's on the back side of the property. And there was even somebody from the HSAP that wanted to move the building further back. You know, so I'm not going to go down that road. I think that this is appropriate. Flush dormers do occur in that neighborhood all over. If Bob Miklos, who was sitting right back there, were still here, he would attest to the fact that his barn has them. Is he still here?
Motion to approve.
Well, okay. So anyway, I'm in favor. So John has made a motion to approve as submitted, I believe, right, John?
Yes.
Okay, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
okay, Abby,
Nay.
Diane,
Nay.
okay, and I'm in favor. Oh, Johnny, on your motion, you're in favor of your motion, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Thank you, everyone. Okay,
So I don't think we signed it.
what?
You just.
Okay, so let's see, new business.
I think we should let some of the alternates sit on some things,
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
need
gonna
to-
step off.
I need to, don't you step off just yet?
No, I'm not, I'm gonna stay for until 8,
Okay.
but then I will.
Yeah, no,
Get
it's
out of here
it's
and go get a
fine.
whiskey.
It's fine, but at a
Well,
certain
that too.
point, I just need to break just for a minute.
Yeah, Go,
Um,
go somewhere. Right? Go run
Well,
around the building.
Okay. Linda, go. We're new business, a demo of a garage on 21 Pleasant Street. Oh, wait, this is the one that we reviewed the other week with you, right? Oh, have not.
No,
Oh,
this
I
isn't
see. This is
the
a candle house.
German.
Will it be the regular board, right?
No, I stepped off so an alternate
Oh,
could have a
okay.
turn.
All right, so you guys fight about the rotation.
I'm fine.
Go ahead.
You want
No,
to
go
do
ahead.
it to the meeting?
Yeah,
I'll do the next one.
sure.
Top of my mouth.
Well, you can. That wouldn't be fair.
I always. do.
What?
Which we all love that bylaw so much. The lots have been separated through the planning board, and the garage now sits on a lot by itself. HSAB was erroneous in some of their comments, so we'll
Did you
just
say
go.
we're erroneous?
Yeah, they said that the structure might have come from the lot next door. It did not, which is why I gave you the aerials from 38 and 57. 1938, there was no garage there. 1938, there was no garage there. 1949, there was no garage there. The first time the garage is there in a smaller form was 1952. We've gone through all the tax records, and that was needed to be supported in order to get it subdivided. On the survey form, it's listed as non-contributing because it was so new, but this, you never know about the survey form, except in this case, it was correct because it wasn't there until 1952 and the surveys are done in 1989. It was enlarged, so the valuation changed, I believe, somewhere in the mid-50s. And now we have a garage that was built as a garage, not as a barn, not as a carriage house. It's a barn, and all the wood inside it, except for reclaimed wood, is milled post-war wood. And they'd like to get rid of it or move it. I don't think it can be moved because of the way the foundation is, the way it's sitting. So we'd like to just get rid of it. I mean, we can do move or demo, that's fine, but I don't think it can be moved because of the way it is. When they put that rear addition on it to enlarge it, they simply just cut everything and stuck the rafters in it.
Okay. I think we get the picture.
Yeah.
Um,
So it's not old, it's 1952, 53.
got it.
Mr. Chair, HSAB took a look at this on July 26th. They said it should be moved rather than demoed. I echo that statement that this should be moved rather than demoed. We're seeing a lot of our older accessory structures, regardless of when they were made, being lost. If this is proposed to be demolished, I would recommend documentation as far as as-built drawings for the
Yep.
file. I didn't see that in the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's fine with us. We've got documentation, a lot of pictures of it, which are not, and I just gave you the ones that are easier to see. We will document it if we have to.
Is that what you meant by documentation?
Yes.
Photographic evidence?
No, actually, elevated.
So
Yeah.
drawings? Okay,
Yeah, we can do that.
okay. Thank you. All right. Oh, so did we decide which one of you two is going to be on this?
Stephen, I believe,
Stephen is on it?
gets the
Okay.
lovely occasion.
All right. Abby, you want to start?
Well, so I got burnt a couple of weeks ago because I approved a demo and back came a generic Dreamline building, which I,
Ah.
not the 1950s building was, had, merit, but it was small, it was to scale, and I wish it could have been renovated, and instead we demolished it and we got a Dreamline house. So
There's no Dreamline here.
well,
I think you need to back off that too.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem here if you take that down this road.
Wait, okay, so let's not talk about the modular, no modular thing, because
okay, no,
that's a separate.
I'm just saying that
I hear what you're
when we demolish something like this, I'm just afraid of what's coming. That's all.
Well, you get complete control and it's going to have to fit in because it's in the historic district, right
Right.
next to Melhados
Right.
and right
Right.
across the street from the other one.
But that was my point.
Yeah.
is that I didn't get to.
Oh, you didn't get to sit on the one.
No, I did, but I was in the minority, so it passed.
Okay.
So
got
I'm
it.
going to abstain
Ooh,
from this.
You're supposed to keep that a secret until the end.
Oh,
Diane. You're supposed to. Diane, are you there?
She's on
You're
mute.
supposed to do that.
oh.
Abstain.
Muted there.
Muted.
Go ahead.
If I were given a choice and without being yelled at by other people that don't agree with me, I
one-
would like to see this saved. It is one of the few remaining little garages left. As you can see, the thing with the car in front of it could hardly get in, but it could be. And little garages like this was sort of part of our history downtown. They were, and every one of them have slowly gone. And that's what, I don't know whether it could be moved. I would like to see a independent house mover or whatever tell us whether it couldn't be moved, and then we would have to live with it. If they said it could be moved, then I would like to see it as a move off without being demoed. I just think it's sad to see all these little garages, all the ones on the beginning of Liberty Street and all that stuff, they're all gone. And they were so much a part of what used to be there. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm not saying it should go. I'm not saying it should absolutely stay. I'd just like to know how much more study. They say it was done in the 50s, but that makes it 80 years old. 50 to 2000 to 2020 makes us 50, 60, 70 years old. And that's supposed to be in our historic area. So I'm not giving you an answer now because I don't know.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, it's 720 square feet. It is not a small garage.
Okay. Got that. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I've been in this garage a couple times over the years. It is listed in the, the survey indicates it's not. There is dimensionally milled lumber. There is not a historic aspect to it. I think given the fact that it's a broke back shed roof off a gable is going to make it difficult to move, although I would prefer to see it moved. I do think it's sad that these structures are waning and have gone to the wayside, but I don't think that dictates the structure needs to stay. And I would, I wish that previous HDCs had the forethought to try and salvage these many years ago, or at least the ones that were more, that actually were contributing. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. John.
My motion is knowledge of structure which should be demolished.
Look, it looks kind of messy from the photos. Okay, so.
We're just asking for a move or demo. We'll try to get rid of it, but
All right. Well, I'm comfortable with a move demo for those reasons. And, I do agree that these older structures are going, but this one is in, very sorry state of disrepair. Can somebody give me a motion of some kind?
Approve the denial because of.
Approve the demo. Move off.
Approve the demo.
Move off demo or demo?
Demo move off.
Yeah.
Okay. So John has made a motion to approve a demo move off on the structure. On the motion, Diane,
Who did you want to say?
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear it either. Diane?
I don't have an answer.
Oh, okay. I'll come back to you. Abby?
I will abstain.
Okay, so abstention, Stephen? You're in favor, John, on your motion? Okay, and Diane, are you ready yet? You want to do?
I will abstain also.
Okay, and I'll be in favor, so that's 3 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Linda, thank you.
Right, as I say, we'll try to get somebody to
Okay,
take it.
well,
I don't know.
that would be really great if you could. Hey, can I step out and Abby, can you
Yeah,
chair this next
absolutely.
one? I just.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 minutes.
No, 10 minutes is all big. That's all I need. Thanks. Oh, yeah.
You know, those ones that float around, the tennis balls.
Oh. This should be a no-brainer,
Good at that.
because I have no brains left. After listening to all that.
Join the club.
Oh.
What are you looking for, Steve? Go ahead.
Okay, this is a simple move off and move on. Moving an existing house from 4 Moxie Way to 41B Arla Road.
Okay.
That's it.
There must be a catch.
No catch.
No catch.
Bartlett Farm.
So it's going from one lot at Moxie Way around the corner to the Bartlett Farm lot at 41B.
That's great.
So could we put the two of them together?
House, right?
I'm sorry, Val?
Manning's house.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
You want to start, Val?
I think this is great.
Carrie?
Yeah, I think it's totally appropriate to do this. Sure.
Diane?
I would approve. Could we put the two, could we have the move from Moxie's to 41 and then from to 41 to accept Moxie's all together instead of spending time going over the two of them?
I think it's one application, right?
Oh, there's
No,
the
it's
move on and
two.
move
Okay, it's
off,
two.
but I mean,
Okay.
it's simple.
All right, we're taking one at a time. John, what do you think? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Oh, thanks, Diane. Val? Motion?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Carrie? Aye. John, are you in favor of the move off? Definitely, that passes.
I'm putting yay as a comment.
Can I make a motion to approve the move on?
Yeah, Diane, go for it.
I make a motion to approve the move on from Ioxie to 41 Bartlett Farm Road.
Super duper. Carrie, are you on this one too?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. John, are you in favor of the move on to Bartlett Road?
Yes.
Yes. Val? Aye. Aye. And
My theory is.
Diane, did you say something?
Nope, but I say aye.
She made the motion. Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries.
Thank you.
Good. Good.
Speak up into the
My
microphone.
comment is that basically of Nantucket, it's better to move it than to destroy it.
Than to lose it, yeah.
Thank you.
Better to move it than lose it. That's John McLaughlin.
That's happened.
Thanks, guys. Keep moving it.
Dose.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Joe Topham just stepped out to get his daughter, so.
Oh, let's go
He'll be
move
right back.
to the hoop tent on 84.
That's a hoop tent on Cindy Gaynor's property up Egan's Way.
John, we're holding number 4.
Before.
We're gonna go right on.
Madam
to the
Chair?
hoop tent.
Yeah, I don't believe that the
Motion to hold.
applicant is here for 84 Old South Road.
Okay.
Motion to hold 84 Old South Road.
Rep.
Presentation.
Okay.
I thought you were
What
right.
about
Who's
Grayson
We're
Keller?
holding, hold,
Oh,
hold, hold.
Are you 117? Okay, great. You got one. Would you like to present?
New building. It's last week I was here for 21 Amelia Drive, commercial apartment, employee housing, same thing. No, similar concept. It's for a landscaping company, Tom Hanlon.
117 Old South Road.
We held up 4 and 5 for rep.
Yes. All in favor?
There was a,
Aye.
Aye.
oh,
Aye.
I just put the application in for my new house. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I'm so pussy. Don't punch me.
Oh, you want Ray to sit on this one?
Anybody want to start?
I would.
Steve, are you on this?
117 Old South. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I previewed it,
Mhm.
so I'm ready to go.
All right, go.
I'm sorry, I'm facilitating. Pardon me?
You said to hold it.
We held this one and we held this one and we're on this one now. I think it's, it's an appropriate building for the area. It's employee housing / contractor shop. It's, nice design. Things are well proportioned.
It looks like a house from the street.
Yeah. Not all 2 stories. It looks like a house in the street. You can probably make a motion to approve this in a minute.
What about those garage?
I'm sorry, Ben, I was just joking.
They face back here.
Yeah.
And just so you know, there's like 10 lots behind it, so.
What is the material of those garage doors?
They're like metal. He owns all the lots behind.
What about colors?
It's all, I believe it's gray trim, wood roof, black windows.
And
The
those
doors would
garage-
be gray, but they face back behind.
John,
You guys are on. Old
Hunter
South
Green
Road,
is
right?
the
Yes,
doors.
117.
That's nice.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just told you, we're on this one.
Abs.
would you?
Hunter Green is the doors.
The
Come on,
garage
chop,
door?
chop.
Yeah.
You're next. The chairman just called on you.
If you've been to Ivy, you would chop up.
Hey, John.
John, what is your feeling on this particular project?
That business building, fine, looks good. It's all. good.
Sal, did you go?
I did. Did
Did
Diane?
Diane go?
No, I haven't gone yet. You
John?
want my opinion?
Yes.
All right. I think it's good. I think it'll fit in. I think they've done a very good job, except I would like to see the sash is not black, but a dark gray with the green front doors.
Okay, John, oh, you said he was fine with it.
No, he made a motion.
Made a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
May I just, for the record, I'm reading Ethan's application. It's not black.
Okay.
It's natural trim, terratone sash.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Why did I hear black?
Yours.
Somebody said black.
Yeah, Ethan.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Oh, Ethan.
No, I want that.
You want that, okay.
This is the one you just made a motion
Do I
to
hear a
approve.
motion to approve?
Most to approve as submitted with the, yes.
Thanks, Diane. On the motion,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I myself. That
Thank you.
Passes. Thank you.
Thank you for your good work, Ethan.
Did you guys already get all those applications?
We
We held 4 and 5 for representation.
here.
Joe was.
No, he had to go
left.
pick up a kid.
Oh, okay. All right, so now we're 34 Liberty Street.
And I'm gonna go rescue those dogs.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You want to leave at 8, so.
Get an ice cream.
Okay.
Quickly, this is a quick one.
What?
HSAB had no issue with it.
All right.
It's just a white
Sarah, you'll
picket
be on
fence.
this?
Sure.
Okay.
You know, everybody knows 34 North Liberty. I mean, Liberty, it was Erica Wilson's house. It has now been bought and they want to fix it all up and rehab it. It's actually an infill house. It's not an original house. But when we're past that,
It says
that date is wrong.
1850.
And that date is wrong.
I've
That's what
worked
came
on
off,
that
of-
house.
that came off of something in the office. It's just a picket fence. They took down the diseased and ivy covered privet. And now they just want to do a fence like everybody else in the neighborhood, and HSAB had no issues. 30 inches, white picket with a gate. There's a picture of the gate, there's a picture of the fence there we go. That's the fence that's 2 doors away on the other side of the street, so that's where
Okay.
we're going.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
The fence like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll be back for a rehab.
They're gonna plant anything in that yard?
I don't know. The yard was wide open when the house was built. It was wide open in my lifetime.
Yeah.
They're going to do a lot of vegetation. They're going to fix the windows. They're going to fix everything, repaint it. They love this house. And they have a yard. Go figure. And parking.
Holly,
Yes.
could you attest to the veracity of Linda's claim that
I can-
HSAB had no issue with this?
Mr. Chair, I can agree to Linda's comment that HSAB had no concern. However, I do
Aha.
have a member of HSAB who actually recused and provided comments as an abutter.
At which I objected to.
actually,
That was
okay, so
illegal.
that-
That's an ethics
that's-
violation.
Okay.
The town
And I said it
council
at the
actually
time.
said, you know, if you recuse.
You're
from a
done.
Board like this, you really can't get up and sit on the other side of the
Right.
table.
And it
So
was pointed out to
we're-
that
we'll-
member.
We'll strike that.
For the record, I was not in attendance, so thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chair. I do want to notate that this is a 1939 colonial revival for the HDC survey, not as indicated on the application.
Right.
That's from the assessor's record, and I've been working with the assessor on their information because it's not 100% accurate.
Mhm.
FYI, but I do notate that from that perspective, we don't have a detailed site plan.
You have, the all I have is what you have. Which is just a fence across the front. That's it. Nothing else.
Linda, hang on.
When that happens, I'll get one.
Let Holly speak.
Mr. Chair, a natural to weather type 2 cat picket fence would be more appropriate. Seems to be no white in existence with this. I could be wrong. Did see evidence of that. Seems to be more of a gray. Comparing the white fences that are in the neighborhood, which is appropriate, but most of them have white fences in front of them. Also have white trim.
Right.
For future reference, we are going to change the colors on the house. That's
If
why we
you're
didn't want to
allowed
do
to.
it twice.
Each of those structures have white trim, and therefore that's why I recommend this would be a natural to weather fence. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right.
And we will be back to change the color. again.
Well, I think it was Val that said, if we approve that. If we approve that. So. Excuse
I'll
me.
make this a suggestion.
Go ahead, Diane.
Originally, when Vlad lived there, he had a ramp going from the street up to the house. So most of the stuff was trimmed away, so he needed a rather wide ramp going up, and that's been removed since his demise. And otherwise, it fits in smoothly with the houses there. I originally think when he had the ramp, the hedges were in bad shape and he didn't care because he had other things to do. But I don't know whether pristine white would be the answer or the natural to weather, which I'm thinking would be better. But that's just my opinion.
All but one fence on the street
Linda,
is
stop,
white
stop.
I
or
know.
natural to weather.
You got to stop. I have a solution to this. Go ahead.
Yep.
I do
Val.
too.
I knew you would.
I actually got the ramp approved for him.
Yeah.
Right.
And my suggestion was going to be put the fence in natural to weather and then based on whatever you're allowed to paint the house.
Or
fence
a
could
similar
match.
way of saying the same thing would be, fence would be approved. The color of the fence will be to match the house.
There you
So if
go.
the house goes to white, fence white. If the house is gray, fence gray.
Right.
Okay?
That sounds,
At the
that
moment,
sounds
it
good
is
to me.
natural to weather and just leave it that way for the moment.
Well, we could do that for you too.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. Which one of you guys?
Me, I'm just
Okay.
noticing that it is natural to weather across the street and next door, now next door is a 5-in-1. It looks
No,
like,
next door
but
is yellow.
I think the natural to
I
weather
know.
makes
It's
more sense here, and I, for one, think the subtlety of the house is one of its best features,
Mhm.
because it is so big, and natural to weather fence would also be subtle.
Sounds good.
Okay.
John?
Okay, I agree it's written. It's type 2 fence,
Yes.
but there is no actual drawing to go. to that.
I don't have this application, but I think there is.
There's a picture of it, Mr. Chairman.
It shows
Fence
that
is-
it's on,
Yeah.
but it
Fence-
is what it is.
Oh, you
With it, if somebody wants to, what does it look
like
like?
it's gonna go there and then
Looks like a
there's,
type 2 fence.
It's right
Yeah.
there on the screen.
here you go, John.
That,
It would be natural to weather, not
I'm
white.
just saying, there should be something in the plans.
You
Well,
can copy it out of the back of building with name.
Yeah.
Fine. There's a
Yeah.
detail there. Okay, thanks, John. Can we have a motion on this?
Yes,
motion to approve with the fence, natural to weather for now and color to match house. When the house
And
color
could-
is
Could we
determined.
just put the type 2
Type 2
detail
picket
from?
fence and add that detail from building with Nantucket in mind to
There
the
you go.
file.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, on the motion, Carrie,
I,
thank you. John? Diane?
Aye.
And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I am too, so that's good. All right.
you can only go up from here.
I'm gonna step away for this one.
Okay. So I have Steve,
We
Carrie.
got Steve, Carrie,
John.
John, Diane, and myself.
Okay, right. Cut to the chase on this one.
Hmm.
This is a secondary dwelling. It matches almost perfectly to the one you've already approved due to lack of visibility because of the foliage in front, and I gave you some pictures. And this is the type of structure that you guys already approved. The details match. But it's a smaller version of the other one.
Is the other one built? Oh,
Excuse me?
Linda, Mr. Chair, through you, Linda, what's the address of the other one?
8, they're both on the same lot.
Oh,
This is the secondary dwelling to the primary dwelling, which is this building, but only larger, and I think a little different configuration of the windows, but it's sort of a simple structure, and they're way off the street and up the hill. So neither one of them are visible, and this one's probably less visible than the main house. That's the one you already approved.
So it's literally like 12 feet away from the main house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you improved this one greatly because of lack of visibility.
right. Well, how come the drawings are different? Just so I get a.
Well, he got a little bit more of a CAD system involved in the second one. The first one, I believe he did by hand, which is as usual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So he actually got a draftsman on the second one.
Well, this one's missing the addition.
Well, that one is approved and this is the new one. So this one is just a reduced version.
She was just showing you the main house that was approved.
Yeah, I just wanted you to see what was already there. It's hard for you to figure out how they match if you can't see the main house.
My only comment, my only concern is well, one, I think a final approval would need to have the actual location of as opposed to a general location, the actual location on the site plan.
Okay,
Oh, I
I told them that.
I thought that existed.
Well, it's just a box. It's not really the size of the structure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had that conversation with him. I can get it done eventually, but
Yeah, he gets no special treatment. Turn in an application that's complete, Mr. I'm sorry, I don't even know his name.
Loftus.
The other thing I would just say is, on the front southeast elevation, I think with the fenestration, the way it is, that dormer it worked with the addition on the right of the previous approval, but with the dormer centered, can you slide that over? Yeah. There was, oh, yeah. With the addition on the other side, it tended to balance out a little bit, but I think that's a little bit of a concern.
it was, Steve, just so you know, I had the same concerns. We talked to the draftsman, and because of the floor plan inside is so tight, we asked him to move it and he could not move it because of the way the floor plan reads on the inside. I know we don't do interior drives, exterior, but
Linda?
lack of visibility on
Linda?
this one helps.
Linda.
Yeah.
Could you stop responding to every single comment that every board member makes?
Well,
That's not
saves
the way we
time.
work here. Okay, so, yeah. Continue, Stephen.
The other thing is, he doesn't reflect the dormer on the second floor plan.
It does, but I have to show it to you.
Oh, yeah, it's got he's got 4 windows versus 3.
Yeah, there's only 3.
On the plan, there's 4. So you need to follow the
And that wall,
elevation.
that wall could shift over. It's a stairwell below. So could you go to the floor plan, please, Howard? Thank you, appreciate it. I don't know if it's gonna make a world of difference, but, so that, on the left side of the dormer, the exterior cheek wall could slide over. It doesn't affect anything on the interior. It's just a stair wall. So, you gain 2 feet or so there, which would help. No, if you go to the dormer, yeah,
Yeah.
here, that could just slide over. And then I think it might be a matter of just the number of windows. I don't know. I defer to other comments. That was the only thing that jumps out at me as a potential issue.
Thanks, Stephen. Carrie.
I actually think the placement of the dormer is a nice composition with the shed roof mass on the left. I kind of like that imbalance thing. The windows in that dormer, I think, need to be reduced, and 4 light. Those 2 light seem way too modern on this building. This building is so traditional. And I think 3, 4 lights smaller with some shingle in between would do it. I
Okay.
don't think we should have 4 windows in there, but that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Al, are you sitting out?
No, I'm not on that.
No, right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Carrie, does that reduce it down to 3 windows that he's showing with shingles in
I just
between?
think they should be 4 light rectangular,
But 3 of them.
3 of them
Okay.
separated a little bit. I think the dormer size and location works.
Okay.
Thanks. Diane.
Yeah, I think that it should be separated and with a little bit of shingle in between them would be good. I don't mind them not being absolutely square, because it seems to go with the door, which is over on the right-hand side also. So it makes some sense to me. So if they separated that stuff, it would be good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. John, anything? Okay, I agree on the windows thing. I agree, you could pull that dormer over a little bit more, get yourself some more space, have it be a little bit less lopsided, so to speak, and narrow windows, 4 light windows. And I think would be good.
You want narrow windows up there?
Yeah, because those are what's showing right now, Diana. These are really super wide,
Yeah.
almost like awning type windows. If
Yeah.
Or 4 light windows, to Carrie's point, that would be preferable,
And I can get shingles in between them at that
and
point.
shingles in between.
I'd like to
Yeah,
leave the
it
dormer where
goes
it
in
is.
between.
Pain in the
How
butt.
much do you want to move that dormer over, Ray?
Oh, it could move over another couple feet before it got to the stairway and make room for a 4th smaller window.
I was thinking it's over the framing of the front door. It's right-hand side, so
Sorry, what?
It lines up with the door below it.
it lines up with the door below it, which may,
Narrow windows.
Yeah. I'd like to leave it where it is.
see how it lines up straight up at over the
The
door, and I think, and over the first window, I would keep it at that. I would like to see the dormer stay where it is.
Okay, well, actually, John has just made a motion for hold for revisions.
Oh, can we do this through staff since I don't have to do anything else to it but the dormer?
What's the consensus?
And have Steve look at it in the office then?
I
Steve?
don't mind looking at it if you guys don't mind, but I want to be clear that we need the site plan
Yep,
Yeah.
I will get that.
and then we need the drawings. That's all.
Hey, so John.
I would make a motion to approve with the dormer in its location, the windows smaller and shingle in between.
Okay, Diane.
And 4 light.
Hang on. John made a motion to hold for revisions. What we're trying to do, John, is we're trying to get this approved just by making the windows. So if we could have a motion through staff. Would you be okay with that?
In that case, I had a comment. I think that drama should not be on a small building like this. It should be a larger drama. Two light windows.
Well, we're gonna get rid of those windows. We're gonna make smaller windows that are 4 light. All right, so Diane, go ahead. Try your motion again.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve through staff as submitted with the dormer on the front remaining where it is, but the windows narrowed and separated enough to get shingle edging in between each window.
And they're 4 light.
4
windows,
lights.
Right, not 2 lights.
Yes, 4 lights, sorry. The 4 light windows
And
in the door.
an accurate site plan.
Yes, and an accurate site plan.
Thank you. That's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John, and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you.
I would remind your client to get the plan and the elevations in sync so they don't.
Believe
build
me,
by accident.
I do that all the time.
Well, that's important.
He runs
Framer-
roughshod over the
framer
board.
will
that guy.
appreciate
Oops,
it.
sorry, John. Okay, 12 Straight Wharf. Oh, right. I know. I'm very familiar.
Did somebody come up?
Val, are you, you're back. Okay.
So I have,
Steven's going.
Stevens,
so Carrie, John,
Yep.
Ray, Val, and Diane.
Yeah.
Cut to the chase. They
Steven was too.
rehabbed with the help of community preservation funding. They rehabbed the building. They're making it into a museum. For the summer, they have a retail tenant in there with antiques. They're going to make it into a welcoming museum type structure. They've gone through Mass Historic. Mass Historic has signed off on all this that's happening. They've replaced the windows in kind. They've rehabbed them. They're coming in with some more modifications to protect them. And when part of the renovation, they've got air conditioning in there, and now they also have a chairlift up to the 2nd floor. So they've got full use of the whole building where they didn't before. And they replaced those doors. Now, it was a little jarring when they got replaced. That panel on the right there is not part of the door. It was an added panel on the inside of that barn door to give it a little more heft. So when they replace the barn doors, you'll see the next picture. It is vertical board. It's the same wood. It's just very white. And the doors, as you know, they reuse the same bracing. and they're same dimensions, obviously, to fit in there.
That's the new doors. right
Yeah.
there?
What was jarring was the fact that when they're open, the previous ones were painted that cottage red, which matched the brick, because they're open during the day and obviously closed when they're not open, closed in the winter. They're willing to go ahead and age the outside of it so it ages quicker. I guess it's a vinegar solution, Ray. If you, it's on, you can find it on online. And do the same thing with the rear. And then paint the interiors of these doors cottage red again, so they're not so bright when they are open, which is all day. So that's the solution at the moment, to age the exterior and keep the insides red when they're open.
It's not going to take much time for those doors to age.
No, they're gonna get beaten up down there, but
Okay.
in the front and the back are the same. The only odd thing about the rear doors is that the angled wood on the rear ones on still dock were actually on the outside and the interior was vertical. So now the exterior of the rear is also vertical board. There is no angled pattern to it at all. So that was an actual change.
Okay,
But the front and back match, but they did reuse the same hardware.
right. Peace out.
Yes.
The
Mr.
glass
Yeah.
doors, I'll go for that because I've
Are you
already,
done?
I researched it
She's never done.
and I'm never done. But I knew that was going to come up. And I had talked to Ray about it. I talked to Andrew about it. And we had looked at what the Mass
Andrew
Historic
has
had
nothing to do
approved.
with it.
And they're inside the threshold and beyond the reach, as it's a, if, yeah, as is, if it's a display case, because it's a museum. Mass Historic wanted you to be able to see interiorly, and Holly has the full report from Mass Historic. She's got it all. I gave her all of it.
Yeah, okay. Let's listen to Holly. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you all are aware, this is the Thomas Macy Warehouse built in 1846, a individually significant historic structure in the National Historic Landmark of Nantucket and the local district. It's been HABS documented, Historic American Building Survey. It has a preservation restriction as well, which is held by Massachusetts Historical. Massachusetts Historical did review this because the MHA received a Massachusetts Cultural Commission grant, and therefore, because they're receiving state funds, they're required to go through Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. They also reviewed it in compliance with their preservation restriction. And I do want to notate for the record, sorry, I got papers everywhere. What's important to note that the letter from MHC provided, which up here for you all to review. It's important to note that the review and approval under the National Historic Preservation Act determined that the proposed project had no adverse effect on the Thomas Macy Warehouse. And their review under the preservation restriction agreement, that they determined that it was compliant and approvable. However, it's noted that they were, NHA was remiss in receiving approval from you all. So the work was done without approval. Let's see. And let's see. So from a staff's perspective, the door, which is a vertical batten, is not like kind. And obviously the previous was a chevron pattern and painted. Concerned with setting a precedent with the glass doors, regardless if they're for HVAC systems. I've also sent an email out to the lady I've spoken to her before on other matters for the town, Elizabeth Sherver. She's the director of architectural review, to just kind of get some clarity on this whole glass versus non-glass perspective. That is a concern. It's been a concern. I understand not setting precedent. I also understand not doing something that the commission shouldn't be doing. However, it is of concern. I do have comments from HSAB, and they are as follows: interior and exterior should be treated to match the previous color and weathered look. The bigger concern is the modern glass door behind. The barn doors are like storm doors and left open all day, revealing plate glass doors. A more appropriate approach would have been wooden doors with a multi-paned layout as they were before. On Nantucket, we have always required that additions and details replicate historical elements rather than contrast with the existing structure, and I would agree with that statement wholeheartedly. This can set a bad precedent. The hub leaves their doors open all day too. Should they be allowed to put glass doors behind them, fully exposed to Main Street? Again, this is why I have sent out an email to Elizabeth at the state. HSAB had a further comment that the material proposed is different than what was there. The old strap hinges could have been reused. I notate that I think Linda had mentioned that the straps were used, but I'm not too sure. And of course, if you do all request revisions, HSAB has requested for this to go back to them if you all agree. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
No.
Thank
No, I'm just.
I would make a statement when you get ready.
You ready, Diane?
Yeah, because I was on it when we reviewed this first for the HTC with Jim, who was Jim Reynolds, I guess his name was, who was the head of the of the museum at that time. And he spent considerable time with us, if anybody remembers, doing those windows on the first floor. I do not remember anyway these doors. I would like to know what the original doors are, because these, if you want to know what I think they're hideous. And I think the glass door is totally inappropriate. It's it doesn't look like a museum and it doesn't look like a warehouse. It looks like something we put together and put out there. I think the doors should go back to what they were when the windows were done. The windows came out well because they had to have steel bars holding them the way they are, and we went into considerable trouble to do that and to do the roof so it was what it was before and stayed that way. And I think the door proposal, whether they did it without our permission, should be removed and start again with way it should be. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John, you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Photos. The door that's there existing today. I find two different style of doors. There are shorter hinges on the old one, and the new one has longer hinges. Or vice versa. And there's no commitment been issued to replace that door yet that I know. And of all people to have violations of it, I'm saying it's we try to do our job here and maintain the history in Nantucket. And here it was changed completely. If the commission denied, said it's not appropriate for that building. What would they do? This is a situation we're in the middle. Everybody, there are times you have to crack down on stuff. I find that doors is now without a permit. Those hinges go clean across the whole door.
Okay, so see these doors?
They're open.
These are open. And so there's
Show them the other one.
picture.
Yeah.
Photo here of them closed. Here are those hinges. So the hinges are when they're closed, when they're open.
My question is, those in charge should know better than file it without a permit. What if there was a description here?
There is.
Is that what I'm thinking of? You know, I've heard good things saying about the doors. I've heard some bad things, you know. When they weren't there before, what would happen? I don't like to answer questions like that. That's not my job.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a violation here.
Okay. Thank you, John. Carrie.
I think it's kind of fascinating that the glass doors are in there. I get it. A museum needs to preserve its collection if that's what they are intended functionally.
Oh, come on, Barry. Let's see.
Fascinating that we have this ramp that is an important function, but it also is a very contemporary construct right in the front of this building. So in my head, the glass and that ramp construct are hand in hand, and I'm in a little bit of a quandary because I understand the function of both elements are really important. I think the fact that the exterior doors are sort of what we're looking at right now, that orange is really not appropriate. And I think if they are allowed to keep them, they really do need to paint. I'm not so convinced that the weathering technique, I would like, if we can, have an example of it before we okay them to do it, because it might just be horrendous. And maybe the natural weathering of the wood would be more appropriate. So this is a bit of a quandary.
Okay.
I don't know
Thank
if
you.
I
Thank
said
you,
anything.
Well, you know, I'm conflicted too, because this is a public institution. And ordinarily, if this is a museum. So ordinarily, if this was not a museum, those doors would be like real doors that would get closed all the time. And they would be part of the historic fabric of this building. Because it's a museum, like the idea of just putting like French doors there, which are, you know, not historic at all, certainly not with respect to the character of this building. Those French doors that were there before are actually, to my mind, more visually offensive than just the glass. If you're walking by, you say, oh, it's a museum, you know, walk in. Clearly, the reason that they have that glass door there is to keep the AC in and keep it climate controlled, which they have to do. So, yeah, it's a modern element, but I think it's a modern element that visually goes away so that people can experience it as a museum. Approve this public commercial type building. But the fact that this is a museum, I think, sort of sets it apart. And, you know, we're supposed to be seeing this building sort of in its original state with these big barn doors, and then kind of as little as possible, because the doors need to stay open, because if they were closed, nobody would go to the museum. You know, so that's my own view. But
Can I add?
I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever.
yeah,
Way over there.
I thought that you decided to be off of this.
No.
That was the last application.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think this is such an egregious act of undermining everything that we sit here for hours and hours on a weekly basis and stand for. And quite frankly, I looked up the new mission statement of the NHA, and it says, preserving our historic properties, the NHA aspires to be the standard bearer among our peers. And then this is done without so much as even asking permission. And now, just like the thing in front with the cemented together
Yeah.
crappy stones, we're supposed to just say, oh,
That was
okay.
actually the DPW.
They didn't have anything to do with that.
Well, okay, but
Or the ramp.
I just think that this is not at all appropriate. And, you know, maybe the doors will weather. They look like they're wider plank than the original doors too, is maybe the reason they look so different too. I don't know, but I am just disgusted.
Okay.
Okay.
Diane, I'm going to get to you in a second. John, just going to say something. Go ahead, John.
The other comment is this, that we'll cover up John's. These doors, if you angle boards, fine. Yeah, you should paint it red the way it was red. You know,
Yeah.
this being clear or painting it a different color. It's a brick building. Maybe this should have red doors. They had them before,
Mhm.
natural. That's the historical part of that building. just think we have to take this under advisement and have a discussion on it maybe next week.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman,
What do
they,
you think
they were
about the
red on the
glass?
inside, not the outside,
What-
ever.
What do you think about the glass? They have this big glass door in the middle.
Well, the glass, if the doors are shut, can't see them, right?
All right.
Can't see the glass, but
It
maybe
just
they can't
undermines
be
us
open
by
up every day.
an agency that's supposed to be supporting us.
Something's gotta be done.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Okay, Diane, I know you've been wanting to say something, so go ahead.
She's muted.
She's
Oh,
muted.
Diane, you're
Hold
still-
on.
You're muted, dear.
There's the old picture.
Yeah.
And the doors are on an angle. They're not straight up and down. And
Yes.
when you go to the Whaling Museum, do you have to go through a glass door to get into the Whaling Museum? I
Yes.
don't. So I think shut the doors if you have to, but at least make them the way they were. This is what we went around, and this poor front of this poor building has been so trashed because what was done by the DPW as far as getting into it is totally not what we approved. Totally not, and nobody did anything about it. There it sits. And it changes the whole concept. I would like to see the doors the way they were, the way that I remember them for the last 50 years. And not many people are as old as I am, so they don't remember. I don't mind the French doors because they didn't stay open. If you have air conditioning, it should be in the areas where they need to be air conditioning. For 100 years, they've had no air conditioning and they've had historic stuff in there. That entry is, as Val said succinctly, is revolting. And it is totally outside what the HDC should have approved, been given an idea of. That's how I feel about it. I really am shocked.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. So I think we really need to motion here for revisions.
What do you want for revisions?
What,
What do you want for revisions?
you heard what everybody.
You
said.
think it,
I'm not going to get into the details of it. Like, everyone has spoken extremely clearly on this issue. Can I have a motion to hold for revisions?
I make the motion.
Somebody from the NHA to explain to us in person why they went ahead and did this without as so much as it is just
Can
blatant
somebody please make
disregard.
a motion? We're spending a
I'll
lot.
make that motion. I'll approve that, make that motion and approve it.
What's
Because
the-
the motion is why to speak to somebody in the Macy Museum as to why this was done without coming to the HTC.
I think just for jellies, I asked him.
No, Diane, that was a motion, right?
Yes, it was a motion.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to have somebody from the NHA, a representative other than Linda, come in and explain how we got here. So on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
John. Okay, Val, very.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
I'm gonna abstain. Thank you.
Just
Okay.
quickly, he thought
No,
the
no
MHC
more.
No,
enough.
Next up, 11 Front
That's why I
Street.
didn't.
11 Front Street, let's go. I want to actually like try and get through maybe a fraction of this agenda before we break tonight.
The motion was to hold,
Yeah,
have
it's gonna,
representative come.
yeah, exactly.
Hello,
Hi,
hello. I'm not allowed construction.
place 3 windows.
Replace 2 windows. One of them, we're gonna just fix it because it's part of the historical building.
Okay,
The dormer himself was built in 1992. So I don't think they'd be historical, and we're replacing the windows that are rotted with the same manufacturer, Marvin windows,
yes,
and they're all wood.
okay. The 2 that are circled on our plan, those are the 2 you're going to replace?
Yes,
Okay. And, okay, thank you very much. I think this is clear. Holly, Sconset Advisory.
Johnson
Yeah.
Advisory, Mr. Chair, looked at this on July 26th. They had overall no concerns. However, they did say that they note that the storm panel TDL looked like a snap and grill. So that was their comment.
Yeah, so do you know what a storm, I don't even think Marvin makes a storm panel
They
anymore.
don't make the storm, they make the energy panel, which is over the window.
Right, but that's, do you know what the storm panel is? It sort of fits
Yeah,
into
that
the
you can-
sash. I don't think they've made those for
No.
15 years now. So, Stephen, are you sitting on this one now? Okay. So, comments?
I think this is appropriate.
Thank you. I agree. All right, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold just for a second.
Okay, Diane, you ready?
Yep, I think that up where it is and whatever, and if there are copies of those windows with true dividers in them, not snap and grill, I would be okay.
Okay, thanks, Diane. John?
Is this Chicago local?
You mean the name of the house?
Yeah.
I have no
That's
idea.
the one.
Does anybody know?
Anyway,
It's in one of the pictures, the name of the
Yeah.
house.
But continue, John.
this is Chicago.
Mr. Chair, it's Mizentop Boathouse, it says.
Main Street. I'm trying to find out where the location of the house is.
Mizentop Boathouse is what it's called.
Mizzen Top.
It says Front
Boathouse.
Street.
You have a photo of that?
Photo of the building, please. There you go, John.
Thank you.
Mr.
All right.
Chair, just for the record,
Yeah.
I believe this structure is an infill because what was in this place was at 11, and that's per the HTC survey, it's right there at
Yeah.
11 Front Street. Was the Mizentop boat was moved to Wade Green's property, which you all, 1991, which you all recently allowed to be moved on the other side of Codfish Park. So I
Interesting.
believe this structure is. an
Yeah, well,
infill.
I'm looking at a bunch of Marvin windows here, so I tend to agree with that. All right, so John, you're okay with it? Just replacing those two windows up there? Okay, Stephen, you ready yet?
Yeah, we just need to adjust the application. It says TDL, but they're STL, so I'm okay with them there. There's very funky windows on a lot of these structures. Some of them are much lesser. Application to
Well, so we
reflect.
just say that they're approve them as STLs, right?
Yeah, because it says like kind TDL, so that would be,
Okay,
that's gonna hang you up later.
right,
Maybe four light windows.
yes, 4 light windows. Can somebody make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve, just modifying the application, which I'll do
All
right
you
now.
need to do is say approving it as STLs.
Approving as SDLs to replace what's there.
Right, okay. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Val on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay,
Joe is
What?
back.
oh, Joe's back, yeah.
Joel's back.
Joe's back. Guess who's back in town? Is this?
Yeah, I love your little song. Keep going. Get everyone back in a happy
Warzone
mood.
Lane,
We're going to number 4, John.
right.
Number 4.
Okay, so is this bouncing back to Carrie, right?
Yeah.
So back to Carrie.
So Joseph Top for the applicant. This is at 4 Moorzone Lane. And on the southwest elevation, we want to add 2 dormers. It's more for expansion just because we are maxed out ground cover and we'd like to go up to the 2nd floor for the kids. And And I looked at doing a shed dormers on the front. And
Yeah,
and you can't,
because the roof pitch is too low.
so low. Yeah, so I did on the next elevation, Holly. There is a dash line that did denote a 4 and 12 pitch, and it just didn't work, so. And on the floor plans, on the second floor plan, you can see a red line that denotes the 7-foot head height line and the 6-foot head height line, just so what I need to meet code.
All right. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, Joseph. Thank you.
What's the vintage of this house?
Exactly.
2015.
You're kidding.
Seriously?
Well, all right, so a little history. This was the Egan's house that was up at Dead Horse Valley.
Son of a gun.
And then they moved it. And
Wow.
the framer got into it and just, it was poorly constructed and the move did it no justice. So back in 2015, you allowed us to demo the house and rebuild it in like kind
I'll be darned.
with Anderson windows.
Isn't that funny?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ready to go.
You ready?
Ready.
Yeah, okay.
My time, this structure like this, you would call it a windows. They call this the casement building.
Yes.
Oh,
It had those, yeah. Not anymore.
This actually had a large addition and a full pool.
My
so
only question
this is
would be,
Egan's old place,
have
that
the
they
city-
moved it.
Yeah.
Egan's old place. They moved it out.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I
Sorry.
was just thinking, if,
Sorry.
yeah, did he do any changes on the building itself as far as roof pitching?
No, we did not.
Okay,
We
good.
built it identical to what was there before.
Thank you.
If I'd known this, yes, we would have changed it. Just the sheds.
Okay, John's holding up, Carrie.
I'm thinking just because the style of the house, the dormers are appropriate for what it is. The left dormer, no, sorry, the right dormer, sort of on that open porch under there is a little bit, I wouldn't approve it normally, but this house has some abnormal things about it, and I think it all sort of works in its quirky way.
Okay. Fair enough. Good. Diane.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the E line is very long. How long is it? Stuff is too small for me to read. But there's nothing you can do about it because of the way the house is done. I don't,
Yeah, that's already done. That's built. Yeah.
yeah. So if we're just talking about the dormers, do we have how does this sit in at Moore's End Farm Road? Is it at the very end?
Yeah, beginning.
At the beginning. Okay. Well, I guess since it's already built and there, I would say, being that it's already built, I would say, okay.
All right, Diane, thank you. John. Oh, no, we got John. Got you. No, we didn't get you, Val. I'm ignoring you for some reason.
It's okay.
What happens anyway? I ignored Val. Yeah.
I
Go
think that given the vintage of this house or its original style of house, it's like the 60s, right? Brady Bunch era. It's
Yeah.
very appropriate to the style, so I think it's fine.
I think we have liftoff. Can somebody want to make a motion on it?
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
All right, Val's made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, John?
Aye.
All right, Carrie?
Hi.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
All right, bye.
Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, now we back to 22.
I had a quick comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Quick comment, when somebody said Joe's back, I was looking for the president.
It's not Thanksgiving yet.
Is the, anybody here for 84 Old South that we skipped over? No?
Who?
Group 10.
All right,
Okay.
so we're moving to 22 Cliff.
That's me.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay.
Lovely
welcome
to
the
see you this
HTC.
evening. I forgot my own paperwork, so I have to rely on the screen. But this is 22 Cliff Road. It's an unusual dormer up there, running the entire span. I think, I have the historic survey. I think it's can you remind me? 1790, thank you. Originally, Steve Thoreau worked on this house and took the rear L off.
Yeah,
It was
I
at a
remember that.
skew. And they sort of did the whole back elevations and added all new windows. It's since been bought by my client and she wants to replace all the windows with Green Mountain two-sided and
TDL.
TDL.
Okay, yeah.
With the inset storms. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
And
all right.
the trim as well. Some of the trim is,
Did you say, and like the
Correct.
casings?
yeah, and it's plank frame. Ideally, she would rebuild it all, but I've told her that she should actually fix it and rebuild where she has to, but
Well, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
the plank frame, there's
Yeah.
a lot of rot. It does look like it's partial rot, so she could have somebody fix the plank frame.
Oh, but you could take it off and redo the plank frame.
Yeah,
Okay, which is what you're proposing.
right.
Okay, thanks, Carrie.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Hang on one second.
Yes, sir. HSAB reviewed this on July 26th. Their comments are replacing every window in this house will completely change the historic character. The sash should be restored. The cost to restore will be similar or less expensive, and they will last another couple hundred years. They do agree about replacing the new Brosco windows if desired. I agree with their comments, and any windows I believe that are shown with C are the Brosco windows that could be replaced. I will notate that Clay Lancaster indicates that dormer was a 1790 vintage and was a later contemporary add-on, probably in the 50s or 60s. So therefore, those don't have any original windows. Those are comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Con, were you gonna say something?
You're gonna replace exactly what's there? 6/6 or 6/6, multi-pane.
Yes. It's a like, well, yes, it's a like kind replacement that she's asking for.
I saw the place, it's getting rapid. It's
Going down.
Going down, some of them, written. all
Well,
through.
I think that's why she's here. Yes.
Demolish the past.
Okay. Thanks, John. Diane?
Yeah, I would like to see the plank framing repaired. That's what you get when you get an older house. Why are the windows all SDLs and not TVLs in the front of the house? Is it just not within the historic area?
No, there are none. They're all TDL, Diane. They are now and they will remain that way, yes.
Oh, good. I thought somebody said SDLs. I'm sorry. I was trying to listen. No, I think the windows are important because it keeps the rest of the house good. And the plank framing around, I would like to see repaired and leave as much existing as possible.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val Oliver.
I think that I would suggest maybe a compromise. And if the front facade windows could be fixed, the ones that aren't Roscoe, maybe the rest of the windows would be okay to replace those. After all, this is what presents to the street.
I understand.
And I would just like to note that there are no setbacks on that dormer. And it's a house that's a story and a half and it has a roof walk. No one knew what they were doing then.
No.
Yeah. Let's hear from Stephen and hang on, just Steve.
Yeah.
What's your view? Oh, John already spoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say a word yet. Just 22
You
Cliff
said
Road?
far too much on this already.
Yeah.
Okay, let's let John go. But so John, you had said that you saw the building and you said that the windows were in disrepair. So I thought that was your comment, but you go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna add, that
Yeah,
you
okay.
notice that the front, you've got 2 and 4. The back is 6 and 6, and they're offset. And
Oh.
it doesn't matter, you know, it's
Yeah.
existing, you know, they're gonna replace them, so.
They were gonna replace them. Okay,
it's Just configuration.
thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So yeah, you would not be able to get those dormers approved in Harborview Way, even on the back of the house. And I think that, can I get clarification, which are the Brosco windows that exist?
Second floor.
I know you can hear me all the time. I can see it in your eyes.
I know where you live.
Yeah.
All of the windows on the rear.
Stevens. All across. Okay, thank you. So I think the 2 in the front, if they're willing to try and rebuild them, great. I think the Green Mountain, and not to name, pick a manufacturer, we've inspected those. They're high quality with historic profile muttons, which is important in this instance. Can we go to slide B6? Or I'm sorry, two B6.
You mean the windows are labeled like that?
Yeah, the images, B7, which is further down. There's 2 B6s.
Yeah, they're the same windows. I was trying to label them.
Oh, I got you. Okay. You hit a B6 and then you'll keep going to another B6. Right there. One more. Keep going. There's another one. And then B7 is the one I want to focus on for a moment.
Well, now we're in the Ds.
Yeah, keep going. It's very, I think put them in sequence. So one more down. There you go. So I mean, I just want to be clear, if you're looking at, I don't think it's would be either fair or appropriate to be trying to rebuild that type of a plank frame. And also given the fact that that rod is going to extend into your sill and your stool cap and your jamb extensions, that type of work to me necessitates outright replacement. And I just want to be clear on that, at least insofar as what I believe. Diane's dog agrees with me. And so that's all, those are my only comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I was liking the idea of, so obviously the dormer that's new with the Brosco, we can replace. The idea of saving the first floor windows, which were labeled A1 and A2, those would stay, get refurbished. And then the ones around the sides, I don't mind replacing as long as we follow through. Like there's this one side elevation. The photograph shows that it's a pretty eclectic mix of like plank frame,
Oh,
different,
it's the south, I think.
different side. What happens on the north too?
Okay.
You
Like
look
one
at
has
it
a
and like,
cap.
Well, I guess they're all plank frames, but they have all different sort of characters. So as long as those are getting rebuilt in like kind, I'd be okay with having the actual sash be replaced. So that's my opinion. Would somebody like to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I will, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So the motion would be to, just trying to think how we should document this. To replace the C windows with Green Mountain, to repair the 8 windows on the front, to replace any of the other windows with Green Mountain, subject to all of that, subject to the exterior casings matching the respective detail on a per window basis.
Well said. Thank you. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. John. Great. Diane.
Aye.
All right. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion
I
carries.
thought you were
Thank
gonna
you.
say
Okay, we have time for one more, and that lucky person is Dave Trost at 31 York. So, everybody else, Thursday.
What is that?
This is,
Yes.
That goes that way. Okay, hi.
How's it going?
Good.
I'm filling in for Dave, Jordan
Yeah.
Dennis.
You didn't look too much
Steve.
like Dave, so.
Thanks, guys. Be easy on me.
Yeah. Okay. So,
For the most part, we're proposing a spa on the west side of the property. It's a sunken backyard, surrounded almost by 3 sides of retaining walls. The highest being close to the street, which also has existing privet vegetation above it. The spa is 6-foot diameter. And the outside will be
it's interesting, the spa actually looks like it's a crescent as opposed to
it is. It's a custom shape. It's a semicircle.
so 6-foot diameter means it's only like 3 feet wide, right?
Oh, sorry, 6-foot radius. So it would be, it's
Oh,
6 foot
okay, all
wide,
right, so
sorry.
then it's
That
12
was-
feet
12 feet
long
across.
by 6 feet.
Roughly, yeah.
All right.
And then depending on how the actual manufacturing comes out, it's gonna be a copper veneer that's natural to weather, which
Did you say a copper ring?
copper veneer. And I have an example of an existing one on
yeah,
island.
yeah, we see
Yeah,
it.
which the cap doesn't do it justice. The picture really doesn't do it justice. But it was a friend who took the photo for me.
Okay.
But there's a lot of existing stone. The kind of architecture of the house already, I personally feel that the copper would be a better fit for a location like that, especially if it's going to be natural to weather. It'll just look aged and like it's supposed to be there. We're also applying for cedar arbor on the parking side, the east side. That'll be natural to weather,
Yeah.
similar as the detailed picture. And an outdoor shower on the north side, which is not visible from.
Got it. Yeah, I see that. Okay. And the retaining wall that's basically holds the side of the spa.
Yeah.
Is that existing?
It's existing,
It's
yeah.
existing, so okay, so.
Do I have a photo? Yes, I do have a photo up top that shows it's fairly high. And then you can see
wow.
the vegetation that's already there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you really can't see any of this.
Oh, boy. Yeah, all right.
That's why I think copper would be fitting there because
Got
it is a lot of stone
Well,
already.
I mean, I don't know. You gotta see what the other board members think, but like.
Mr.
it
Chair,
look- Yes.
I do have ASAP
Okay.
and staff comments.
Hang on one second. You're all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So from what I can gather from our historic survey, this is an 1850s New England colonial revival structure. From a staff's perspective, I believe that the brick would be more appropriate than the proposed bluestone. there.
Okay,
Um,
the bluestone was existing though.
that was existing.
Yes, yeah.
And I did look on the street view from over here with Google. And there seems to be, and I apologize for the commission, I don't have a photo to show you, but it seemed to be that the existing vegetation here is
Mhm.
very minimal. So there might be, and because there's some privet that's there.
There's privet, and then we were planning on enhancing a lot of that screening,
That
just
would be-
because we do know it's,
Okay.
there's privet, but it could use some work.
So I think that's from like this area. right
Yes,
here,
exactly.
so You can see remnants of a fence down below. That would be my concern. HSAB's comments, they reviewed this July 26. There's too little screening for this spot. It will likely be visible through the proposed deciduous vegetation in the winter. Basically what I just said. Would prefer evergreen screening or a board fence on the wall. They asked about outdoor lighting. Of course, that's not HDC's purview. Just notate that dark skies compliance under the bylaw though.
Yep.
And then where would the pool equipment be located? Was there also there?
The pool equipment would be enclosed in the spa. So it's a
Self-contained.
Equipment for the
solid
spa.
contained unit, yeah.
Self-contained.
That's not a pool.
Well, it's like, a spa has the motor like.
It
right
ain't.
underneath it. Yeah, I know. No, it's called a mini pool.
So
Something
how,
like that.
how
Thank
tall
you,
is
Mr.
this
Chair.
The
thing?
wa-
It's 41 inches.
41
And that
Yes.
wall has got to be every
6
bit of
feet?
5, maybe
It
6.
It's roughly 6 plus, I think,
6
actually,
feet
yeah.
high, Yeah.
Yeah,
so that
I wasn't
they know
climbing
where
up and
they're
down it.
sitting. Okay, all right. Board members. Oh, let's see, get clarification. So Carrie, you're on the,
Oh, I guess so. I just.
no,
haven't drawn.
Stephen was on the last one, so you're on this.
Motion to approve.
Oh, okay, John made a motion to approve. I'm gonna move with that. Val,
I,
all right, Carrie?
oh,
I
Aye.
trust that David knows he has to screen it, but I do believe that wall will screen it.
Yeah, that won't. So you're good with the motion.
Yep. and
Okay.
Barbara.
And Diane?
I'm putting it on here.
Yeah.
Diane?
Can I just ask how high the spa is out of the ground? The picture we have shows it up like 3 feet. What is this one supposed to be right there?
It's 41 inches.
It's
Suspect.
41 inches high, but it sits against a wall that's over 6 feet high. It's built into the side of a wall.
You zoom in only on that.
Do you, I don't know. Do you have a site plan? I don't have a site plan. I have a little miniature site plan, which makes it difficult to see. The spa is on there, and the wall is made out of what?
It's concrete. I
It's,
think.
yeah, it's a,
Concrete, Diane.
the wall actually has a bluestone cap as well.
Do we review what vegetation you're going to plant around it so it's not seen?
Hey, Diane,
Yep.
vegetation to screen it, it's part of the approval. But there's a motion to approve it is on the table, so.
Yep.
Are you?
But I didn't get the chance to ask any questions, so that's what I'm trying to do now. So I abstain.
Okay, so an abstention and, I'm thoroughly confused. Who made the motion to approve? John, right? Okay, so, did I get the vote from you?
Aye.
And John, you're in favor of the motion? And I'm in favor, so the motion carries. 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Diane, I put the caveat on there.
Yeah.
Screened at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Very
All
quiet.
right, night, night.
neighborhood.
Have a good night. Okay, it's been a long night, folks. Rife with controversy.
Never forget.
I will never
I
forget.
spent
this.
23 years down there.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot all about that.
And now-
Because you used to drive the Sunbeam truck. Johnny Sunbeam.
Sunbeam, right.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, there we go. Motion to adjourn has
Motion
been.
to adjourn.
All right, so Yes, I'm going to take John's motion. He said it before you. Val.
I gotta borrow
So
your pen.
on John's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Carrie
There you go, boss.
and John on your motion, and I'm in favor, so everybody's good.